Gaur Bhaktivinoda Chaitanya Gaur Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Chaitanya Gaur Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Chaitanya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga, hey. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hey, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Nityananda, 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 Nityananda. Nityananda, 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 Nityananda. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai, 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 Nitai Gauranga. Jaya Satinandana, Jaya Satinandana. Jaya Satinandana, Jaya Satinandana. Oh, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Jai, Nitai Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Nitai Gaur. Hare Hare Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hare 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 Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hare Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Yadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah Gopal Govindaram Simadusu Dham
Gopal Govindaram Sri Madhusudan
Gopal Govindaram Simadusu Dham
Gopal Govindaram Sri Madhusudan
Giridhari Gopinath Madhan Mohan Giridhari Gopinath Madhan Mohan Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hare Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Hare 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 Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Yeah. Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Nitai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna. Nitai Gaur. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Oh.
Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hey Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Gauranga. Hey. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga, hey Nitai, Nitai, Nitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Hup, 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 hup. Hup, 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 hup. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Go to Premanande. Go to Premanande. Gaur Premanande. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayom Vishnupad Paramahans Pariva Jakacharya Astottara Satta Shri Shriman His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON Founder Acharya His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayom Vishnupad Paramahansa Pariva Jakacharya Astottara Satta Sri Sriman His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Ki Ananta Gaudiya Vaishnavinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Prem Se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Ki Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shyam Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dhaam Ki Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Gangamai Ki Jamunamai Ki Tulsi Devi Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Samaveda Bhakti Ki Sri Sri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Sri Sri Radha Gopinath Ki Govardhan Nitai Ki Sri Sri Radha Damodar Ki Srila Prabhupada K. Nitai, 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 Gaura Premanande. Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki. Srila Prabhupada Tirobhav Divas Maha Mahotsava ki. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Bhagavan ki. Parama Karuna Pahudui Jan Nitai Gaura Chandra. Parama Karuna Pahudui Jan Nitai Gaura Chandra. Parama Karuna Nitai Sabai Avatar Sara Shiromani Kevala Ananda Kanda. Sabai Avatar Sara Shiromani Kevala Ananda Kanda. Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya Nitai Sudruda Vishwasa Kori. Bhajo Bhajo Bhai Chaitanya Nitai Sudruda Vishwasa Kori. विषया छाड़िया शेर से मझिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि. विषया छाड़िया शेर से मझिया मुखे बोलो हरि हरि. देखो रे भाई त्रिभुवन नाय एमन दयाल दाता. देखो रे भाई त्रिभुवन नाय एमन दयाल दाता. पशु पाखी जुरे पाषाण विधरे शुनियार गुण गाथा. পশু পাখি জোরে পাষাণ বিধরে শুনে যার গুণ গাথা সংসারে মাঝিয়া রহিলি পড়িয়া সে পদে নাহিল আশা সংসারে মাঝিয়া রহিলি পড়িয়া সে পদে নাহিল আশা আপন করম ভুঞ্জায় সমান কहो ये लोचन दासा अपन करम भुंजाए समान कहो ये लोचन दासा परम करुणा पाहु दुई जान निताई गौरचंद्र सब अवतार सार शिरोमणि केवल आनंद कंदा प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद बोलो निताई गौर हरि बोल गौर हरि बोल श्री श्री निताई गौर चंद्र भगवान की श्रील प्रभुपाद की निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन यशोदानंदन ब्रजजन रंजन जमुना तीर बनचारी Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari. Yasodhanandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yasodhanandana Brajajana Ranjana. Yamuna Tira Banachari. Yamuna Tira Banachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Muspat Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Sattara Smadhati Dham Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada ki Jai. Ananta Kodi Vaishnava ki Jai. Ramacharya Sri Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Prem se Kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki Jai. Sri Radha Krishna Gopinath Sam Khand Radha Khand Giridhar ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham ki Jai. Navadvip Dham ki Jai. Ganga Mai ki Jai. Jamuna Mai ki Jai. Guru Dwarka Dham ki Jai. Swami Bhaktivinoda ki Jai. All glories to the Assembly. All glories to the Assembly. Thank you very much.
All glories to you, Srila Prabhupada. Glories to you, Prabhupada.
We don't believe in the next life just to avoid this consequence. But that will not excuse us. We have to accept a type of body. Otherwise, how? There are so many different types of bodies. What is the explanation? Why different forms of body, different stages of body, different standard of body? That is nature's law. Therefore, this human form of life should be properly utilized. Not simply engaged in sense gratification like cats and dogs. That is not very responsible life. Responsible life is that I have got this improved form of life than the cats and dogs, and I have got more intelligence than the cats and dogs. If I simply utilize it for 4 bodily necessities of life, 4 bodily necessities of life means we require some eating. The cats, dogs, human beings, or High Court judge or anyone, they require some eating. They require sleeping, apartment. So that is, cats and dogs can sleep without apartment. But the sleeping required. That is fact. Eating required. That is fact. And sex life. That is also fact. And defense. That is also fact. But these things are common to the cats and dogs and man, human being. So what is the special feature of the human being? The special feature of the human being is that a human being can consider that I have got this nice American or Australian or Indian body, then what I am going to get next? What kind of body? That is utilized for human intelligence. A cat and dog cannot think like that. Therefore our business should be, now by the nature's way, have come to this form of life, by evolutionary process. Now I have got good intelligence, how I shall utilize it? You are cultivating knowledge. The ultimate goal of knowledge, Krishna says, is to know me. Vedashcha sadvai ahameva vedam. The whole knowledge is meant for understanding God. That is the end of knowledge. By progressive knowledge, you can make progress, but unless you do not come to the point to understand what is God, then your knowledge is imperfect. That is called Vedanta. Hathata Brahma Jigyasa. This human form of life, nice facility, intelligence, just like Australia was undeveloped. Since the Europeans came here, it is now very developed, resourceful, because the intelligence has been utilized. Mayadhakshena prakriti swate sacharatan. Nature is a machine. To do thing, a machine works without an operator. Do you think? Is there any evidence? Now this is a machine, photography. A wonderful machine. It is taking the picture and it will move. But there is an operator. Where is the machine which is working without operator? Can you give any example? Here is a machine which is working without operator. So how do you think that the nature machine is working without the supreme operator, God's instruction? How do you think it? This is not very reasonable. We have to judge. There are different evidences. One of the evidence is hypothesis. That hypothesis is that because we see that no machine works without operator, therefore we should conclude it, even though we do not know what is God, what is the nature, we must conclude it that this nature is working under some supreme operator, that is God. It is not necessary to see the operator, but we can guess that there must be operator. So human life is meant for finding out who is there to operate. That is human life. Otherwise it's cats and dogs life. They're eating, sleeping, mating and dancing, that's all. That is not human life. You must find out who is the operator. Athata Brahma Jigyasa, this is called in Sanskrit word. Now this human form of life is meant for inquiring about the supreme operator. Now that supreme operator, Krishna, is so kind. He is giving evidence in the Bhagavad Gita. Maya dhakshena prakriti syate sacharacharam. Now here I am. Under my direction, the prakriti, the nature, material nature is working. So you accept, then your business is done. And Krishna gave evidences how he is controlling the nature. When Krishna was 7 years old, he lifted one big mountain on his finger. That means our understanding is that there is law of gravitation. By law of gravitation, such a big mountain, it cannot stay in one man's finger. That is our calculation. But he did it. That means he counteracted the law of gravitation. And that is God. So, if you believe this, then you know God immediately. There is no difficulty. Just like if if the child is warned, my dear child, do not touch fire, it will burn you. So if the child accepts, then he gets the perfect knowledge immediately. If the child does not accept, he wants to make experiment, then he will burn his finger. So our process of knowledge we should take from the Supreme Authority. Then we save time for research work. That is Krishna consciousness movement. We take perfect knowledge from Krishna. I may be imperfect, just like child is imperfect. I may be imperfect, you may be imperfect. But if you take the perfect knowledge from the Supreme Perfect, then your knowledge is perfect. That is the process. This is called avarohopantha, knowledge coming, deductive knowledge. So everything is there, and if you like to take advantage of this movement, make your life perfect, go back to home, back to Godhead, then fully utilize the center, our Melbourne center, come here, read our books and argue, try to understand with your full knowledge, no blindly acceptance. There is reason, there is argument, there is philosophy, there is science, everything is there. And if you accept that simply by chanting I shall realize, that is also allowed. Both ways. If you accept this simple process, the chant Hare Krishna and realize God, that is also fact. And if you think what is this nonsense chanting Hare Krishna, then you read books. Both ways we are prepared. Come and take advantage of this movement. Thank you very much.
Jai, Jai, Jai.
Yes.
Srila Prabhupada, we understood in the scriptures that Lord Brahma rides on a swan, a hamsa. Is this, do we take this to mean that it's a real swan, or is it something symbolic?
Not symbolic, it is fact. Why do you say symbolic?
It's rather unusual.
Unusual, what experience you have got? You have no experience. Have you got any experience of other planetary system? What is there? Then? Your experience is very teeny. So you should not calculate Brahma's life and other things by your teeny experience. Now, in the Bhagavad Gita it is said that the duration of life of Brahma, sahasra juga parjantam arahajat brahmano vidu. Now Brahma's life, it is stated in the Shastra. We have already explained that we accept the authoritative statement of Shastra. Now Brahma's life is stated there. Arahat means his one day is equal to our 4 yugas. 4 yugas means 4,300,000 years, and multiply it by 1,000. Sahasra juga parjantam, sahasra means 1,000. And juga means the 4,300,000 years makes a juga. And multiply it by 1,000. That period is Brahma's one day. Similarly, he has got one night. Similarly, he has got 1 month. Similarly, he has got 1 year. And such 100 years he will live. So how you can calculate? How it is within your experience? You'll think something mysterious? No. Your experience is nothing. Therefore you have to take experience from the perfect person, Krishna. Then your knowledge is perfect. That I've already said. Don't try to understand with your teeny experience everything. Then you will be failure. deposit 1 cent daily, one day it may become $100. So when you get the $100, you can get the business. So you come here daily, 1 cent, 1 cent. When it will be $100, you will become a devotee.
Yeah.
So this is not wasted. It is, that is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Krita punna punya. Krita punna. Krita means done. Sukadeva Goswami is describing when Krishna was playing with his cowherd boys' friends. So he was describing that these cowherd boys who are playing with Krishna, they have not come to this position in one day. Krita punna punja, after life, having performed pious activities, now they have come to this position, that they are allowed to play with the Supreme.
Person, it's just, they're suffering when they actually, when they say that they're happy and they're not afraid to die.
Someone who is not afraid to die and says that he's not suffering. How to
He's a madman. Who is caring for madmen?
Easy to convince some people they're not their bodies. It's not very easy to convince them they're not their minds. There's some way we could explain
That will take time. How can you expect that in 1 minute everyone will understand everything? It requires education, time. If he is prepared to give the time, then he will understand. Not that within 5 minutes, 10 minutes he'll understand the whole thing. That's not possible. He is a diseased man. He requires treatment, medicine, and diet. In this way he will understand. A diseased man, if he doesn't care for medicine, diet, then he'll suffer. That's all. Yes? Anyone? No?
Yes,
We've been here lifetime after lifetime performing impious activities. Well, does it mean that we have to be here lifetime after lifetime performing pious activities to balance our simple reactions?
Mhm.
We have been here for many lifetimes performing sinful activities. So is it possible to counteract all those sinful activities in one lifetime, or does it require many
1
lifetimes?
minute. That is Krishna consciousness. 1 minute. You are not reading Bhagavad Gita? What Krishna says? Sarva dharman parityajya mam ekang saranang braja ong ta sarva papebha mokshayami. You surrender to me, give up your all business. I will give you relief from all sinful reaction. Immediate. It requires 1 minute. My dear Krishna, I was forgotten. Now I understand. I fully surrender to you. Then I will become immediately free from all sin. Without any reservation, without any politics. If you fully surrender, Krishna is assuring, he reassures. Don't worry whether I will be able to give you relief from all tears. Mahasuchu. It is guaranteed. You do this. So, how much time it requires to surrender to Krishna? Immediately you can do that. Surrender means you surrender and what? As Krishna says. That is surrender. What Krishna says to do. Manmana bhavavad bhakta madhyajimang namaskuru. 4 things. You always think of me, and you become my devotee, you worship me, and offer your respect, full obeisances, and you do these four things. That is full surrender. Mami Vaishasi, Asangsa. Then you come to me without any doubt. Everything is there. Krishna has given everything fully. If you accept it, then life is very simple. There is no difficulty. Yes?
You said is before Krishna comes to this planet again in physical human form.
Now, anyway, what is your Australian country? Let me know.
The billion is something else. It's not
Anyway,
famous.
I give you the right figure, 4 million, according to American and English calculation. 4,300,000 years, and multiply it by 1,000. And what it comes according to English
4
calculation?
billion. 4,300,000,000.
Huh?
4,300,000,000.
That is 12 hours. And add again 12 hours night. Then 8 billion.
600 million.
So Krishna comes after this period. In one day, after one day of Brahma, he appears.
But does Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also appear every day
Yes,
of Brahma?
following Krishna.
Always following Krishna.
Krishna comes in the Dapur Ju. There are 4 periods of each Ju. Similarly, Krishna, after finishing his business in this universe, he goes to another universe. In this way, the rotation takes 9 billion years. Now, just imagine how many universes are there. He stays in one universe for 125 years. Everything is a calculation in this house. Now we can imagine how many universes are there. That is altogether material world. That is stated in the Athava Bahunaitina Kingatina Tavajna Vishtabhya Aham Idam Kristam Ekangsina Sthitu Jagat. This material creation is 1/4 creation of the whole God's property. And the 3/4 part is in the spiritual world. That is God. Not that cheap God, I am God, it is God. Don't accept such cheap God.
And all the devotees here are your disciples, Srila Prabhupada, eternal disciples, servitors. And what if we have to take birth in the material world in the next life? How will we be able to render direct service unto you?
Yes. Even if you remain in the material, if you are not completed your spiritual life, still you will get good birth. Suchinang Srimatangi Yoga Brashta Sanjaya. One who is failure in completing Krishna consciousness, then he is given next chance in a very aristocratic family or very nice, pure Brahmin's family, so that he can again cultivate Krishna consciousness. Next chance.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki. So, I'd like to welcome all of you to our Srila Prabhupada's Disappearance Day Observation Festival. We will begin our session now with some of the senior most devotees present here. Most of them, if not all of them, senior disciples of Srila Prabhupada. So, I'll be requesting them to come one by one on the podium and make their offering. I would like to begin with Mother Kamagiri Mataji. Could you please come on the stage and make your offering? We are having our session till at least 11:30. So we have 15 minutes for you to make your offering. So, okay, whatever you can. लोग है नहीं, बाल से हमारे पास कोई बीमार है क्या?
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namah Namaste Saraswati Deve Govardhan Pujani Nirvishesha Shanyamadi Bhaskata Desatani Om Gyantimirandasya Gyanachana Shalakaya Chakchuramalitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchkapatirbyascha Vipasendurya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnaveva Namo Namaha. I'd like to get permission from my God sisters and God brothers to be able to share a little something. 48 years ago, on November 14, 1977, I was living in Cleveland, Ohio, serving at the temple there, which was called New Govardhan Hill. And it was early morning, right after the morning program, and I was like the temple caretaker. So I did a lot of cleaning and things like that at the time. And so it was during breakfast time, we were having breakfast, and the doorbell rang. And because I was the caretaker, I ran down to answer the door. And so when I went down and I opened the door, it was the mailman. And he had a box, a big box. And I couldn't carry it because it was too odd. So I called upstairs for 2 devotees to come down to get the box, to take it upstairs. And so they brought the box upstairs, and I began to open the box and started taking out the packaging material. And it was Srila Prabhupada in his Murti form. I'd never seen the Murti of Srila Prabhupada at that time, because there was just a photo on the Vyasa sign. So Srila Prabhupada had come to us in his Murti form. And then, not long after that, the phone rang, and it was New Vrindavan. And they said, Srila Prabhupada just left. So he arrived, and he left. So on his arrival, everybody was so jubilant. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. And they took him out of the box and put him on the desk of the temple president. And then when we got the phone call, then the whole mood of the temple changed. A lot of devotees had already gone out on sankirtan. So it went from great happiness to great sadness. So everybody was crying. And then we had to prepare for a festival, which was very difficult. So we took Srila Prabhupada downstairs and bathed them and dressed them, and devotees went to the kitchen, start cooking and making garlands. And then we had to send devotees to go find the sankirtan devotees wherever they were, and then to hold a program for his disappearance day. But somehow, this year is not as emotionally charged for me, even though I'm always still emotional on this day. But this, being here in Govardhan and knowing that Srila Prabhupada wanted to be here, in his final days, he wanted to come to Govardhan. So I'm very happy to be here with Srila Prabhupada today, and all of you and God brothers, and mercy of His Holiness Radhanath Swami to allow me to come. And I'll just say one thing. It's like, Yas prasadat bhagavat prasado, Yasya prasadat nagati kutopi, Dayam stuvam tasya yashastri sangan, Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. All glories to His divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mother Kamagiri. I would now like to request Her Grace Nartaki Mataji. Could you kindly come on the stage and make your offering?
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashnaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pachai Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarani Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jai Dvaita Gadadhar Sivasiri Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Ye Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna. So I was just told to keep in time, so I will start right away. Whenever one comes to any ISKCON mandir or community, a divine atmosphere is vividly felt, particularly in Sri Vrindavan Dham, his home, Srila Prabhupada's home. And what was bringing about this atmosphere, what is bringing about this atmosphere? I'm trying to explain with 5 points. Srila Prabhupada's love, Srila Prabhupada's sacrifices, Srila Prabhupada's faith and service to the holy name, faith in and service to the holy name, Srila Prabhupada's literatures with his Bhaktivedanta purports, and Srila Prabhupada's service and reverence to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our predecessor acharyas. Srila Prabhupada's love we felt right away by making him, Srila Prabhupada making himself personally available to us like a father to his children. And we were not little children, but big ones. We had experienced physical contamination like intoxication and mental, intellectual contaminations like different philosophies and doctrines, worldviews, etc., not associated with the absolute truth. So Srila Prabhupada retrained and regroomed us for a pure life in Krishna consciousness. He gave us his pure association. So he was truly our father. And I just wanted to highlight that even more, that some of Srila Prabhupada's godbrothers had gone to the West, but this very essential thing to get the association of a pure devotee, not just a lecture, but the daily association of a pure devotee, that was not even realized by others. So Srila Prabhupada has been special in that. Srila Prabhupada's sacrifices, his sacrifices were the odds he had to struggle against, like cultural, spiritual, language differences, health and old age conditions, climatic conditions. All that was for creating and while creating, expanding and maintaining his new institution. Creating and expanding, I mean, often health issues and old age conditions that we describe, because it was so extreme, how Prabhupada having a heart attack coming to us. So, but I want to highlight mainly how he was creating, expanding with great labor, but maintaining is the work of stabilizing the institution, which requires the greatest sacrifice, and that is respectful cooperation. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada asked us to reciprocate the love he had given us by respectfully cooperating with each other for stabilizing his institution. So now we are handing down this request of Srila Prabhupada to all of you, because you also are benefited by Srila Prabhupada's love and sacrifices, and all the other points that I'm making. So, Srila Prabhupada's faith and service to the holy name. I remember that Srila Prabhupada's very first service for us in Australia was to go out on Harinam Sankirtan to college campuses, the streets of Sydney and the Domain, a park on Sundays. Srila Prabhupada's faith in the holy name. He did not come till he sent first Bali Madan and Upendra to start preaching and doing the groundwork. And when some devotees would gather that are interested, show interest in Krishna consciousness, he would come and initiate us. So, very frequently we would get letters from Srila Prabhupada, now do this, now do that, go to the colleges, and Bali Madan and Upendra were good preachers, and he's advised that they should use the Sri Chaitanya, teachings of Lord Chaitanya as the college books that they could teach from. And Harinam Sankirtan we were all doing, and then of course nice prasadam was prepared. And on Sundays we would go to the Domain, which was a park where people would stroll around on Sundays, and there were many speakers, political speakers, this and that, even different companies advertising their items. But as soon as we came, going around in the crowd, everyone followed us. They were very interested, immediately they were attracted to the holy name. That was Prabhupada's faith in the holy name that reached it out to us. So when we heard that Prabhupada would come, if we gather a lot of people that are interested, we tried very hard so that Prabhupada would come soon. After some years, I moved to LA, which was Srila Prabhupada's Western World headquarters. Saturday was a regular evening for Harinam on Hollywood Boulevard. Vishnu Jan Prabhu was the all-time favorite Sankirtan leader. He could sing for hours uninterruptedly. After many years of Sankirtan in LA, I moved to Vrindavan Dham. I remember when we were chanting Japmala, so this is all about the holy name, yeah? So when we were chanting Japmala, the Brijbasis would stand in front of us and watch us chanting. At first I felt very uncomfortable. What am I doing wrong? I felt like I was a museum piece. Then I realized they're all simple villagers. They wanted to talk to us, but we spoke a different language, so they watched us. They simply watched us. And some years after, I went to, for 23 years or something, to Bombay to help in Bhaktivedanta Hospital. And coming back here, I was sitting in Prabhupada's Samadhi and chanting, and I noticed a big difference. And what was that? They weren't just standing in front of us, staring at us, but they were sitting down with us with a Japmala bag in their hands, with their whole family chanting Hare Krishna. So that was Prabhupada's introduction to the Indians by his books and lectures and so many things. The disciples started to reach out, and Indian devotees started preaching. So that was Prabhupada's. We were experiencing Prabhupada there. So in this context, with the Brijbasis standing in front of us, not being able to talk to us, Prabhupada said to my god sister Radha Kund, if any Western devotee wants to live in India, even before eating, you should learn Hindi. Of course, it didn't happen before eating. I guess we wouldn't have made it till today. But after 10 years roundabout, we started a little bit picking up on it. And now the next point is Srila Prabhupada's literatures and Bhaktivedanta purports. On the library party in America, they put standing orders of Srila Prabhupada's books, and the devotees would ask for book reviews. And one such review was I know no better introduction to the vast literature of Krishna Bhakti than Swami Bhaktivedanta Srimad Bhagavad Purana. No one can argue with the authority of these literatures because Srila Prabhupada has not manufactured anything from his mind. He has simply presented the literature as they are, the literatures as they are, in such a way that we Westerners can clearly understand what is said in every verse and chapter. Srila Prabhupada, Swami Prabhupada is not presenting in order to confuse or juggle words, but to actually give people understanding. This is why his literatures are being accepted so widely. I wanted to actually read introduction. Is it somewhere in an introduction in one of the Hindi Srimad Bhagavatams? A wonderful introduction and on Prabhupada's scholarship and his bhakti and his understanding of Western people's psychology, etc., and which made him, and his scholarship, of course, in speaking English fluently and also different Indian languages like that, and that made him very special, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta pointed him out to be the preacher in the West. So unfortunately I didn't bring the Hindi book, so anyway, maybe you can look it up yourself in your books at home. Srila Prabhupada's service and reverence to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and our predecessor acharyas. Just as Srila Prabhupada used to say that his guru Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur had sent him so many boys and girls to help him, I also feel that Srila Prabhupada has sent me so much help. Of course, the nature of the help Prabhupada needed is different from mine. He mainly needed physical help and intellectual and managerial to free himself for more important things like translating his literatures. And for me, it was mainly about kyunki meri bhakti ka rasta bahut aparipakwate hai abhi tak avastha mein in bhakti. So first Srila Prabhupada sent me to the care of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj and his disciples also. So in this congregation, I was very nicely trained by cultured, intellectual, and humble disciples of His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj, and I was seeing how they practiced their bhakti. I became grateful and inspired. And further, then when I moved during COVID back to Vrindavan, I observed and heard lectures of young sadhu devotees who were so much inspired by Srila Prabhupada that I constantly am reminded of Srila Prabhupada. And to touch on these points of our predecessor acharyas and also on the reverence towards Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. By seeing the young disciples practicing the way Prabhupada wanted it, we are reminded on Prabhupada, and which is very, very nice. And one of these classes, when I came back right during COVID, was on Vrindavan Mahima, matlab Glories of Vrindavan. So in that, this bhakta was first of all introduced in introducing the subject matter by singing a song, and you probably all know it, Vrindavanashtaka by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. I'm not allowed to speak more than 15 minutes, so I just cut it a little short. But once the beginning goes like this: Na yoga siddhir namamastu moksho vaikunta loke Krishna parshadatvam prema pinasyat iti chetaram tu mamastu vrindavana eva vasa. Like in the beginning, when I came to Vrindavan, from the west, moved to Vrindavan, I remember we were struggling to get some of the Acharya's literatures because Prabhupada has named them in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, but they weren't available in English yet. And so I ventured out and went to the Harinam Press, and knowing well that this Harinam Press was associated with some Vaishnavas and that are practicing a little different than us. So, but Krishna protected me by not allowing me to understand. So now, then further, after singing this song, this devotee, was telling a short story about Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. जब श्री विश्वनाथ चक्र ठाकुर छोटे थे, उनके अग्रज means elder brother, वे उन्हें श्रीमद् भागवत पढ़ाने के लिए बुलाए. सुनो, मैं तुमको श्रीमद् भागवतम पढ़ाता हूँ. स्वाभाविक रूप से विश्वनाथ बैठ कर पढ़े थे उनके साथ, और 12 महीने में उन्हें 12 स्कंद पढ़ाई की अपने भ्राता से. जब उनके भ्राता ने पूछा, विश्वनाथ बताओ कि पूरे श्रीमद् भागवत का सार क्या है? छोटा बच्चा जवाब नहीं भेज सकते. फिर उनके भ्राता बोले, एक बार और पढ़ो. उन्हें फिर से 12 महीने 12 स्कंद अध्ययन किया, और उनके भ्राता फिर से उनसे पूछा, विश्वनाथ बताओ पूरे श्रीमद् भागवत का सार क्या है? विश्वनाथ बोला, मैं 12 स्कंद पढ़ने के बाद मैं इसी निर्णय पर पहुंचा हूँ कि पूरे श्रीमद् भागवत का सार है श्री वृंदावन में वास हो जाना. So I would like to speak more, but this whole katha was nice. And as I said, you underestimate your bhakti, but we can understand that you are very pious for many, many lives and are helping us ahead to complete our lives in a worthy way, being the disciples of Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you very much, Nartaki Mataji. Now I would like to request His Holiness Chandramouli Swami Maharaj to kindly come on the dais and make his offering.
Om Agyan Timidandasya Gana Jana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimakti Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paschatya De Satarine Pancha Kalpa Tarubhischa Kripa Sindhu Pe Pacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaho Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. There is one verse in the Srimad Bhagavatam in the first canto which describes that the sky is unlimited in the sense that one can never measure the vastness of the sky. And there's also birds who fly within the sky, but a bird can only fly as high as its power, its wing power can take it, can never reach the unlimited sky. So in the same way, we can just try to touch a drop of the glories of this personality who came and changed the whole world in a most magnificent and miraculous way by bringing eternal religious principles from Vedic culture, Vedic knowledge, tradition of worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead throughout the entire world. It's amazing. When you think about what Srila Prabhupada has done and how short time he did it, it's incalculable. All you can do is stand in awe. And when Srila Prabhupada, we have so many aspects to Prabhupada's greatness, and all of them are unlimited. But one of the things that we like to focus on or try to understand even deeper, how difficult it was to spread Krishna consciousness. And Prabhupada, he would also speak about that himself, how he had to undergo tremendous difficulty, reverses, defeats apparently, but he had full faith in the words of his spiritual master, and within his heart he had that strong desire to bring Krishna consciousness to the world. And he wanted to do it as fast as he could, in the sense that he understood his time within that elderly body was limited. And that was shown to him on his way over, where he had, of course we hear about it, 2 heart attacks on the boat coming over. And then after he arrived 1 year, 1.5 years later, he had his 3rd heart attack. He prayed after the 3rd one to the Supreme Lord with all his heart, "My dear Lord, please give me more time. I have not really developed my mission or the instructions of my spiritual master, the instructions of the entire parampara to bring Krishna consciousness to as many places as possible." And Krishna answered his prayer. Prabhupada said he gave me 10 more years. And in those 10 years, he was traveling 14 times around the world. And when we hear from devotees who were with him, devotees who knew him, his health was never ideal. He was struggling on many levels. Prabhupada even talked about that. He said he always had ringing in his ears. One of his kidneys was not working up to its normal capacity. Many other challenges on the health level. But he never let that deter his determination to spread Krishna consciousness. And one time he even said, describing how hard it was, at least from a material perspective, how difficult it was. He said, I had to walk through fire to spread this movement. I didn't look left. I didn't look right. I simply looked straight ahead towards the instructions of my spiritual master and the lotus feet of the Lord. Prabhupada is an amazing personality. There's no second person. Prabhupada was even predicted. This doesn't take away his greatness, but Prabhupada was predicted. And I think it was the Brahmanda Purana, one of the Puranas, I think it was the Brahmanda Purana, where Krishna is speaking to Mother Ganga. And Krishna is speaking, he said, within 5,000 years, my mantra upasaka will come and take my name, my holy name, throughout the world. And that was 5,000 years before Srila Prabhupada's appearance, that Shastric evidence appeared. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also spoke to Narada Muni about how a great personality would come. He would be my Senapati Bhakta, and he would be the best of all Bhaktas, the general. And he would go to the foreign countries and chase those who were running away from the Vedic culture and give them the mercy that they're looking for, but not exactly what they were looking for, but what they actually need. We see that. I can see that in Srila Prabhupada, how people left India to go to Western countries to somehow or other become somewhat materially situated nicely and to make a living. There's nothing wrong with that, but actually many of them were surprised and changed their life when they met Srila Prabhupada and when Mahaprabhu's movement came into their life. And the Lord Chaitanya actually predicted that he would chase down all of these trying to run away from their Vedic heritage. As Prabhupada said, if you're born in India, that is a high birth. It's mentioned in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. To take birth in Bhumi, that's just described, is more glorious of a birth than to actually appear within the heavenly planets. And Prabhupada understood that, and he used that one verse, Bharata Bhumi Te Hoili Janma, that those who were born in this land of Bharat Bhumi, Punya Bhumi, are meant to do good, paropraka. What is that paropraka? Paropraka means to do good to others. What is that good? To give them what they're actually looking for. People are looking for happiness. But as Krishna says, Dukkalayam sasratam, there's no happiness in this world. People think they're happy, and that's just an idea. And they're more like trying to make themselves happy, so they have many plans to become happy, but it's just the will of the wisp. No one is actually happy, because no one understands the purpose of human life, and therefore they're struggling in the wrong way, and therefore they are only increasing their suffering, becoming more and more entangled in activities that bring them more and more disappointment, loss, and suffering. So the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, he carries Lord Chaitanya's mercy all around the world, and he's bringing that. What is that mercy? The knowledge of who you are And what is the goal of life? Srila Prabhupada emphasized that in many of his lectures, how important it is to understand what this human life is meant for. And he made so many comparisons between the animals and people in general to show that the real goal of life is actually according to your actual identity. And what is our identity? Jiva Surupai Krishna and Nityadas. We're eternal servants of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We don't have a second identity. Whatever other identity we may adopt, it's all due based on the body we have. And the body is also temporary and doesn't stay. We change our identities life after life, but one thing doesn't change, who we actually are. And Srila Prabhupada emphasized that importance that we have to understand this principle, that you're meant to love and serve Krishna. And he says, then he gave us the process for understanding how to do that through his books. Srila Prabhupada spent so much time, energy, and his desire to bring Krishna consciousness by writing so many books. So many, and he wanted us to read the books, to understand not only the process of Krishna consciousness, but who is Krishna and what is our relationship with Krishna. And also the person who is giving us those books, Srila Prabhupada. When one devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, how can we associate with you after you leave? You know, it's a pretty touchy question to speak to someone about leaving before they're leaving. But that devotees asked Prabhupada practically every question they could think of. And that was one of them. And Prabhupada answered that question. He said, read my books. I'm in my books. If you read my books, you can associate with me directly. And that association is the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead through transcendental knowledge. Srila Prabhupada's books are... Prabhupada was talking to Shrutakirti Prabhu. He was telling me. Prabhupada was reading. He had his book, Nectar Devotion. And he said, he turned to Shrutakirti and he said, if you just read one page of this Nectar Devotion, you can be fully Krishna conscious. Then he stopped. Then he was reading again and he said, no, not just one page, one paragraph. You can be fully Krishna conscious. Then after a few seconds again, he said, no, actually, just one sentence. That's all that's required, one sentence. And then there was some silence, and then Prabhupada said, one word. Just one word. This knowledge is coming from Krishna. It is called a Paurusha, that knowledge that is not man-made. Prabhupada would read his own books. Sometimes he would read pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan. Prabhupada would like to read Krishna killing the demons. So he would be reading. Sometimes he'd be laughing when a demon would be killed. And the devotees would be looking. You know, Prabhupada's reading his own books and he's laughing. What author reads their own books after they publicize it? They just want everyone else to read. But Prabhupada enjoyed reading his books. And then he could understand the minds of how the devotees were thinking. He said, these are not my words. These are Krishna's words. I'm simply putting what Krishna is saying on paper. That's all. So what Prabhupada is giving us is directly from the spiritual world, this knowledge. And this knowledge is so important as a foundation for our enthusiasm in Krishna consciousness, the direction that we need to take in Krishna consciousness, everything. Prabhupada put so much time, energy. When we were sleeping, devotees would take rest in the evening Prabhupada said, I used to take rest between 10:30 and 11 at night. But now he would get up after maybe an hour and a half, and he would be beginning his translations. And he would go on for hours, spending time reading the commentaries of all of the acharyas on how they had given their understanding of the knowledge that Prabhupada was placed in front of him to bring it to the Western mentality. But Prabhupada was studying their understanding and understanding the Western mentality and taking that same knowledge and adding his realizations, which are the Bhaktivedanta purports. And Prabhupada said, the Bhaktivedanta purport, my purports are my ecstasies in devotional life. Well, Prabhupada put so much time, energy, and importance on, he said, read my books. And he used to chastise us. He said many times, one time he was in Mayapur, 1976, and he just turned to talk about his books, reading his books, and he said, you're out there distributing my books, but you're not reading them. And when someone asks you, what is the book about? You say, well, actually our teacher, he writes and we simply sell. That's all. He said, not like that. He said, we have to know this knowledge and be ready to speak at any time, in any situation. And that way we can show that actually we are following what our spiritual master is giving us. He wanted us to be able to speak at any time, in any place, and anywhere about Krishna consciousness. And he prepared us. Not only did he give us the knowledge, he also taught us how to present this knowledge in different situations, for different types of people, by his example, by his explanations. Srila Prabhupada tirelessly was always bringing Krishna consciousness to us in so many different angles. And one of the ways that he really emphasized is what is not Krishna consciousness. Sometimes I hear it, people complain about Prabhupada, why is your Guru Maharaj just, chastising everyone? Hogs, dogs, camels, asses. That's just the nicest ones, he said. There's a few other. And it actually came back to Prabhupada a few times, and Prabhupada said, I'm not saying this. Krishna says, avajanti mam mudha. It's not me. I'm just giving what Krishna is saying. So Prabhupada was not just seeking this way in order to chastise. He was trying to educate by explaining what we need to avoid. On a personal level, from my own experiences, this is my own realization, I find that devotees know what to do. They know how to execute Krishna consciousness, but they don't know what not to do, what we should avoid. And Prabhupada put so much time and effort in explaining what we should avoid. And what goes on as spiritual life. Like there was one yogi. In fact, this was one of the first yogis I came in contact with in 1972 in Denver, Colorado, when I first came in contact with Krishna consciousness. It was, I can't remember his name. He was a young boy. He was about, what was his name? He was 11 years old at the time. He came from Rishikesh. Oh, his mother brought him over, and he was, he had gathered a following. He used to dress as Krishna with a peacock feather and a yellow dhoti, and like that. And so devotees were talking about him to Prabhupada. So Prabhupada said, after listening, he said, He said, you should kick on his face with boot. You should pass urine in his face. And you should throw a pie in his face. Hare Krishna. So, one devotee thought, that's an instruction. So he prepared himself. There was a satsang, and this personality was there delivering a talk to his followers. This devotee just happened to sit right near the front, and he had a chocolate cream pie. So after the yogi got on there and started to speak, he got up and just threw the pie right in his face. And then his followers got, they got really angry, and they grabbed the devotee and they dragged him into the back room and they said, why did you do that? He said, well, he says he's God. Why didn't he stop me? The devotee said. They said, well, that's his leela. So Prabhupada could see all through all his pretense. There were so many of them like that, and Prabhupada would... people sometimes think Prabhupada was too strong, but actually he was helping us understand what to avoid and not to get trapped, because many of these personalities, they have Shakti, they have power. And when they speak, they attract people's minds. And they know how to use words to get people to believe whatever they're saying. So Prabhupada saw through all of that, and he was educating us in that area. And that's important, especially if you're living in India. There's so many, and it's still very much prominent in many areas. And sometimes devotees, it's unfortunate, we don't have to, but sometimes we see devotees also go other places to find out something more. Something that apparently, or what we say mistakenly, thinking that Prabhupada didn't give us anything. Srila Bhakti Charu Swami Maharaj made it a point to put many lectures together to show that Srila Prabhupada gave us everything we need to become fully Krishna conscious. He never left anything out. So this is kind of like something that we should consider. We don't need to go anywhere. Everything is there in Srila Prabhupada's books, in the life of his devotees who experienced Srila Prabhupada personally. We have everything here we need to become fully Krishna conscious. There's many, many wonderful pastimes of Srila Prabhupada which illustrates his greatness and how he dealt with difficult situations, and how he, just like sometimes Prabhupada would be given a lecture many times to college students or to an audience that was coming for the first time. And then Prabhupada would speak about Krishna, about the process of pure devotional service. And sometimes you'd see one person would get up in the audience, apparently trying to ask a question, but they would say, actually, I'm God. And one time Prabhupada said, oh, thank you, Mr. God. Please accept my obeisances. Now sit down. And another time, someone said, I am God. He said, that's very nice that you are God, but we know a better God. His name is Krishna. And one time, someone criticized Prabhupada because Prabhupada was talking about first-class men. First-class men. This shows the quality of Srila Prabhupada. He was describing what is the quality of a first-class person. And then that was the essence of his lecture. Right at the end, the question was asked, and it was very challenging. It was quite arrogant type of challenge. The boy said, it was a college student, You think you're first class, they said to Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, actually, I'm not first class, I'm fifth class. I'm servant of the first class. And when Prabhupada started to speak, tears started to come to his eyes. Just he was feeling the humility, his natural humility. And so, these are just to give you some indications of how Prabhupada taught us by his example, by his words, by his everything. His whole life was a way for us to learn Krishna consciousness. We study not only what he gave us, but we also hear and try to understand the personality of Prabhupada. If you only understand his books, or you just read his books, you may become a little bit what we call, what we say, hard-hearted. Or what's the word? There's a particular word. You simply have the you know the knowledge, but you don't know the person who behind the knowledge, which makes the knowledge alive when you read it. So we should also learn about the personality of Godhead. And there's personality of Srila Prabhupada. There's so many books written by devotees who have lived with Prabhupada about how Prabhupada traveled around the world, what he did and how he interrelated with everyone, and how he dealt with people. It's the most fascinating and interesting personality. Prabhupada was everything. He could be the greatest scholar, or he could be the simplest, most humble, sweetest person you could ever meet. Prabhupada was everything. Everything that was wonderful. He was illustrating the qualities of Krishna in his own way of his expression in devotional service. So we are so fortunate, all of us here, and actually the whole world is fortunate. And it's our job to wake up the rest of the world and to try to make them fortunate, because the life of Srila Prabhupada and what he gave us is the happiness that everyone is looking for and the success of life. So to honor Srila Prabhupada is even greater than to honor the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why? Because Krishna is so pleased when we glorify his pure devotee. So thank you very much for coming to this yatra and taking part in a very enthusiastic way. And especially on this day, I'm sure Srila Prabhupada is very happy to see all of you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much, His Holiness Chandramauli Maharaj. Now I would like to request His Grace Pranabandhu Prabhu from the UK to kindly come and make his offering.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pacharine, Nirvasesha Shunyavadi, Pasticha Deshatarine, Pancha Kalpaturubhascha, Kripa Sindhvayevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. On this most sacred day of your divine disappearance, Srila Prabhupada, I stand before you with gratitude and reverence, offering my heartfelt thanks for your limitless compassion upon all conditioned souls. Your divine appearance in this dark and degraded age of Kali is the greatest benediction anyone could receive. The gift of deliverance from the endless cycle of birth, death, old age, and disease. Your coming was foretold by the previous acharyas and revealed in the scriptures. You are that Senapati Bhakta, that commander-in-chief, sent by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to fulfill his prophecy. Prithivite achanagara sarvatra prachare hoibe moranam. In every town and village, my holy name will be sung. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written, he reasons ill who says that Vaishnavas die when thou art living in sound. Vaishnavas die to live, and in living to spread the holy name around. Indeed, Srila Prabhupada, this is your true and eternal gift to the world, your Vani, your divine instructions. Through your books, you have given the essence of pure devotion. Through your countless lectures, conversations, bhajans, and kirtans, all pure transcendental sound vibrations descending from Goloka Vrindavan, you continue to extinguish the blazing fire of material existence within our hearts. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Supreme Lord Krishna says, Daivihi esha gunamai mama maya duratyaya mameva ya prapadyante mayam etam tarantite. That this divine energy of mine is very difficult to overcome. But those who surrender unto me can easily cross beyond it. By your causeless mercy, Srila Prabhupada, you have given the simplest and most joyful process for attaining liberation: sadhana, seva, and sankirtan. As you so wonderfully said, chanting, dancing, and feasting. This is our way back home, back to Godhead. In 1975, in San Francisco, a reporter asked Srila Prabhupada, what will happen to your movement when you die? You replied with a very transcendental confidence, I shall never die. I will live forever in my books and in the hearts of my followers. Despite our many shortcomings in following your instructions, or chanting without attention, or maintaining enthusiasm, success simply lies in remaining faithful to you, Srila Prabhupada, and to your divine ISKCON mission. Let us never give up, for by your mercy and by the grace of Lord Krishna, the impossible becomes possible. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sama Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Pranabandhu Prabhu. Now I would like to request His Grace Ekavira Prabhu and Her Grace Brajalila Mataji to kindly come forward.
can use this one.
Okay. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Vastatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Shri Gaura Bhaktivinoda Vanchak Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha. So my husband and I, we have a rasa. He always asks me to speak before him. I don't know why. We can all ask him when we leave here. Why do you do that? Why do you always ask your wife to speak first? So this is our relationship. Firstly, I'd like to offer my most humble obeisance, my most humble respects to Srila Radhanath Maharaj, to His Holiness Chandramali Maharaj, to all the disciples of Srila Prabhupada that are here today in this amazing, amazing, beautiful Sangha of devotees. So, Ekavir Prabhu and I, our mercy is from our spiritual master, His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami. That is the only reason that we are sitting here and able to share with all of you. And I wanted to say that we're speaking of Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's mercy. And I believe the last speaker said, Srila Prabhupada, his mission goes on, his life goes on, everything about Srila Prabhupada goes on. And if we look around this pandal, every single day we can see Srila Prabhupada's mercy. Each and every one of you are Srila Prabhupada's mercy. And that is only because of the mercy of Srila Prabhupada empowering his disciples. So we as second generation disciples of Srila Prabhupada, we as Srila Prabhupada grandchildren, we owe it. We owe our lives to those disciples of Srila Prabhupada that gave everything. And so in that mood, I'll share two pastimes because this is what encourages me and gives me the courage to be able to be in places like this where I know I don't, in many ways, don't really belong, but somehow or other, by that mercy of Srila Prabhupada's representative, I get an opportunity to be a part of this with all of you. So first I'll tell a really nice story of His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami. Once we were at a Pandal program, not as big as this, of course, nothing like this, but it was a Pandal program. And His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami was up on the stage. And he started his katha, he started speaking, and he said, I am up here on this stage, and this says the difference between you down there and me up here is I can fall from up here, but you're already down here. So here we are down here. And actually, you saw me walking with a stick because I actually did fall in Barshana, and so somehow that's Radharani's mercy. My spiritual master, His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Maharaj, he says, sometimes you get the mercy from the back, sometimes from the side, sometimes from the front. Wherever you get the mercy, you must appreciate that the Lord is actually benedicting you, giving you special mercy. So in Barshana, I got Radharani's mercy. I got to fall. And I remember thinking of Jayadvaita Swami when we sat here. It's wonderful. We are just exactly where we belong. So two quick stories. One, my spiritual master, His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami, Somehow, by mercy of Srila Prabhupada, I was able to meet my spiritual master in 1979 in the temple in New York, in Brooklyn, Radha Govinda Mandir. Shout out to Sri Radha Govinda. And I met my spiritual master, His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami. And I did, as a new devotee, I knew nothing. Still don't know anything, but at that time, really just, whoa, okay, I know that I knew something in my heart that I was connected, but I didn't know anything detailed or theory or anything like that. And so my spiritual master, he had a very small amount of devotees, maybe 6 devotees with him at the time. This is very early in my Krishna conscious life, 1979. And I remember we were in a very small place, living in a very small facility. And many of you have heard the story, but some of you haven't. And so one night, he had a dream. And in that dream, Srila Prabhupada pointed, and I'm briefing the story, he pointed to a door. And he showed my spiritual master many faces, brown faces, in that door. And my spiritual master that morning, he came to us, very small amount of devotees. And he said, Prabhupada came to me in a dream, and I have to go. And we're all very amazed. I'm a very new devotee. I'm very shocked. Go where? What's going on? And he said, I have to go. Srila Prabhupada is pointing to me where they're waiting for me. I have to go to Africa. And I was very, just kind of confused, maybe. That's really confused because I didn't understand. He has to go to Africa. I just joined. What is going to happen? He said, I will send you to New York, back to New York Temple. You will live there for some time, and I'm going to Africa in 3 days. In 3 days, literally. My spiritual master had his passport. He had shots at that time you had to get to go to Africa, everything in 3 days. And he said, you will go to New York, the devotees in New York will take care of you. And he was gone. He was gone. And I thought, how can somebody love somebody like that? How is that possible? He just had a dream from his spiritual master, and he just left all of us, and he just went. And I thought, I want to learn to love like that. I want to learn to love like I saw my spiritual master practically applying love. And he left. He was gone. And within a year, he arranged for myself and 3 other devotees to go to Africa. And when we got there, we met Brahmananda, who was a Swami at the time. So he put us in the care of Brahmananda, His Holiness Brahmananda Prabhu at the time. And he said, while I'm traveling, Brahmananda Prabhu will be here. His Holiness Brahmananda Swami, who we love so very dearly because he took so much care of us while we were in Africa, in Nigeria. And he said, he will take care of you while I'm traveling. And that's what happened. My spiritual master would come, and he would, of course, do all the preaching for Srila Prabhupada. And Brahmananda Prabhu was there, His Holiness Brahmananda. And in that way, we stayed in Africa. Actually, he sent me there on a one-way ticket to Africa, one way. Because that was how he was. That's how he did everything for Srila Prabhupada. He never thought, oh, I have to make sure there's another arrangement. He never thought like that. He always thought, Srila Prabhupada, you will protect me, you will take care of me, you know what I'm supposed to do. And so my experience with my spiritual master in that mood of preaching, in that mood of teaching, in that mood of encouraging, in that mood of being compassionate and caring is what I have learned from Srila Prabhupada. And that's what today we see here by the mercy of Srila Radhanath Maharaj, that same mercy, that same compassion, that same care, that same love, that same dedication, that same mood of understanding. My life is for Srila Prabhupada. So my Guru Maharaj told me one time, he said, Vrajalila, I think that was some years after I had been practicing. He said, at this time, all you have to do is persevere. Just persevere in your Krishna consciousness, because your life belongs to Srila Prabhupada. Give this one life to Srila Prabhupada. And so we're endeavoring to give our life to Srila Prabhupada, and we know all of you are doing the same thing, and we pray for all of your mercy, all of you, because together we're an army, we're a spiritual army, as my spiritual master said, spiritual warriors on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. And so there's one other story, however, I always know, let my husband share something. I want to thank all of you so very much for giving the mercy, for us having an opportunity to bring, there are 13 of us, 11 devotees, 7 of them are from Africa. They're here with us today, and we know Srila Prabhupada's mercy is continuing because our spiritual master is showing us all you have to do is just simply give your life to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada will do everything and make all the arrangements. And certainly Srila Prabhupada made all the arrangements for 13 of us to be here with all of you today. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Om Ganakan Timarandasha Ganagana Shalakaya Shakshud Tamnina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Thank you, Rajalila. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So we are, as Rajalila expressed, we are truly grateful to be in the presence of all of you here in this most auspicious day, in order to give some appreciation for His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And although our offerings would be insufficient to sufficiently glorify His Divine Grace, many devotees will talk about the transcendental qualities which are exhibited through Srila Prabhupada's book, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, the prolific writings of Srila Prabhupada and how it affects society at large. And as His Holiness Chandramali Swami shared with us, Srila Prabhupada gave everything, not only through his books, through his words, but also through his personal example. And his personal example has affected society in many ways in which Srila Prabhupada may not receive credit for. On one particular occasion, we were traveling with His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami to a program in a community, another spiritual community. And the way that the program was conducted, I expressed to my Guru Maharaj, I said, Gurudev, and I was new at that point in time, I said, Guru Maharaj, they are just trying to use you because they are not making facility for you to speak. And His Holiness Bhaktitirtha Swami expressed, he said, I want to be used. My particular desire is to be used to uplift consciousness, no matter how that happens or how that is actually played out. Whether I get credit, don't get the credit is to Srila Prabhupada. And so Srila Prabhupada's effects, I was just having a conversation with one of my godbrothers. Srila Prabhupada's effects have gone in all facets of society. And it may not be transcendental However, it moves the general mass of people in society from the modes of ignorance, the modes of passion, to the modes of goodness so that they can hear the message of Vasudeva. In their health field, vegetarianism, and your mantra meditation. I was just hearing an athlete speaking about the benefits of diet, plant-based diet, and mantra meditation, especially the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. This is all from the influence of His divine grace. As we were coming to the yatra, the first day, it took us 15 minutes to arrive here by vehicle. And then as the yatra progressed, going on to the days of Govardhan Puja, it took us nearly an hour and a half to get to this yatra site. And as we were going through, actually we were sitting, waiting to get through the traffic, we were just thinking that this is all due to the effects of His divine grace. Because Srila Prabhupada has spread a message and glorified Braj Bhumi. And this glory has spread throughout all of the world. We have come here also to we speak of Srila Prabhupada's example, and one such example is influenced one devotee in our lives. And we have come here to place his ashes in Yamunama while we are here. And his name was Bali Maharaj. And Bali Maharaj was a very simple devotee. He had difficulty speaking English, what to speak of Sanskrit. He was someone that was so unassuming. If you came into his presence, you might miss how deep, how wonderful this personality was. And he had this little Prabhupada box we brought from Mira Road in Mumbai, playing the lectures of Srila Prabhupada. And wherever he would go, he would take this box with him, hearing the message of Srila Prabhupada. Every day, all day long, the battery would drain throughout the day because of him playing this box, hearing Srila Prabhupada. And he had deep affection for chanting the holy names. Every morning, he was a pujari, so he dressed Gaurni tie for 30 years. And every morning in the ashram, he would walk down the hall, and the devotees who were in the ashram, they didn't need alarm clocks to wake up in the morning because they woke up to the sounds of the holy name of Bali Maharaj singing, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Each and every morning, he would chant this melody. And the devotees would wake up hearing the holy names. And I would take Bali to the different areas in the United States, or specifically Pennsylvania, and we would interact with people who were racist, sexist, just all types of people. However, Bali Maharaj was such a person that just by his presence was his preaching. And by his presence, he would affect the hearts of those persons that he would come in contact with. So much so that persons initially would refuse or wouldn't want to be in association of the devotees. They moved from that place to wanting to have association of the devotees, refusing Mahaprasadam to accepting Mahaprasadam. And when Bali Maharaj departed, many of these persons, store clerks, neighbors, they came to me and expressed, this was such a wonderful person. He has a profound effect upon my life. And this effect was due to his divine grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and his influence. I'll share one last point, and then we'll end. Some time ago, before he wrote the book Founder-acharya, Srila Prabhupada Founder-acharya, His Grace Ravindra Swarup Prabhu, he was expressing that a message that can resonate with each and every one of us, and is something that is instructional, and we hear it time and time and again through the message of one of Srila Prabhupada's ambulatories, one of his disciples, His Holiness Radhanath Swami, to always move and always have the mood of being the servant of the servant of the servant. And His Grace Ravindra Swarup Prabhu was sharing that Srila Prabhupada did so much in the world. And at the same time, he did not come into the West desiring to be a big guru. He desired to follow the instructions of his spiritual master, to be a first-class disciple. And because he showed by example of what a first-class disciple was, he was empowered to carry out the mission of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and spreading the holy names throughout the entire world. And so this is something that Bali Maharaj influenced my heart, and in showing by his example, he can have the effect on the hearts of the devotees. And all of this comes from the example of Srila Prabhupada showing us all how to be a first-class disciple by carrying the mood of dasa, 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 anudasa. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Ekavira Prabhu and Brajila Mataji. Now I would like to request His Grace Yugal Kishore Prabhu to kindly come and make his offering.
Namavam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharani, Nirvisesha Shunyavadi, Paschatya Dishatarani. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktaranda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. I neither have any qualification, nor do I have any realization to come before you and make my offering. Causeless mercy of Shyamananda Prabhu. One time, we were promoting journey homes in Michigan. I thought, let me go to the local TV station and promote this. So there's a gentleman by name Robert Tyler. He has a TV show called Into the Mystical. He and his wife, they have been organizing the show. The predominant American community in Metro Detroit knew them very well as Robert Tyler and his wife Pamela Tyler. But he's also part of a mystic association. It was actually psychic. So I went to make my presentation to promote Journey Home. There was a 10-minute gap. He told me, Yugal Kishore, can I tell you something amazing? I said, please. You know very well, right? I'm part of Psychic Association. One day, I happened to meet a lady. She said, come to our place. We'll read our minds. So he and his wife, they went to meet her. Needless to say, people know him as Robert Taylor, but he's a Hare Krishna devotee. Then he told me that lady started reading his mind. He told me she has no idea who I am. He started reading her mind and she started reading his mind. He told me, Yugal Kishore, less than 1 minute. She said, behind you, there's a golden aura. Wow. What is his name? Prabhupada. He told me he was shocked. And immediately, the punchline of the story is, as soon as she said that, she got down from her seat, sat on the ground. Your guru name is Prabhupada, and he has that type of relationship with God. I cannot sit on the chair before him, and she sat on the ground. He told me, Yugal Kishore, you can't believe, she had no idea who I am, but when she was telling this, I was shocked. Then she said, looking at him in the air, he's telling, you're not reading his books. He's telling you're not reading his books. He's telling with great difficulty, waking up in the middle of the night. Being awake in the middle of the night. I was writing all this. And every line she spoke, this lady, a regular American, maybe Christian background, she had no idea who I am, what my background is, my connection with ISKCON. But every line she said was really, amazing. And he said my hairs were standing on end. So the point is, today, ISKCON is united. The only one reason is Srila Prabhupada. So, what is reuniting ISKCON, what has reunited ISKCON is 70-year-old man, 2 heart attacks, seasickness, with no money, trying to go to America, not to take anything from America, but to give. One person in this entire big India is not lazy, but his heart is burning with the desire to fulfill the instruction given by a spiritual master. Prabhupada had this one thing. Many people go to America to take from America, but Prabhupada went to America to give. One time, one of the gurus of ISKCON, he was telling this wonderful story. 2 professors, they had a singular objective of disproving Prabhupada. For 20 years, how his writings are not in line with Vedic culture. They became very famous in America. They wanted to disprove Prabhupada more. They started reading our books, other Upanishads, more and more. 20 years later, maybe just before COVID, these 2 professors on their own came forward and said, Bhaktivedanta Swami teachings are perfect. They are in line with the teachings of Vedic culture. Can you believe? 2 people, they were driven to undermine Prabhupada's success and glory. 20 years later, they worked very hard. 20 years later, they're coming back and telling Prabhupada is right. That is Srila Prabhupada, purity. We are all here because of one person's unparalleled compassion. Srila Prabhupada's compassion. We are all here united because of the one person's hard work. Srila Prabhupada's hard work. Just before COVID, couple of professors from Harvard came together. I request all of you to watch that YouTube video. They came with a singular objective of glorifying Srila Prabhupada. How inspiring it is to see one gentleman's teachings have inspired people from all over the world. Millions in number, not just one race, different races, different sects, but they're all united with one cause, following Srila Prabhupada's teachings. His hard work is on par with the hard work of Prophet Muhammad and Jesus Christ. Maybe it is more because 2000 years ago or 1500 years ago, the world was not this much bad. Actually, any Srila Prabhupada devotee, if you hear this YouTube video of these professors glorifying Srila Prabhupada with one voice, it's really amazing and glorious. And my last point is, many times I thought of this. At the best, I would have become a pious Hindu. Giving charity, making so much money, but giving 10% to the so-called temples and appreciate myself as a pure devotee. Where would we all have gone if Srila Prabhupada had not come? Today, right before, sitting before Govardhan, trying to breathe the fresh air of bhakti, that glory should be given to Srila Prabhupada. My Guru Maharaj Radhanath Swami one time made a great statement. Gratitude doesn't give bhakti. Gratitude is bhakti. So we may have tiny differences, but that one point, that pivot, Srila Prabhupada, his hard work, his compassion, he's not wanting anything but just give, give, give. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in that compassion. We live in that hard work. But of course, how can we express our gratitude? Good sadhana. Don't criticize. But do whatever we can do little. That is a right tribute to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much. If I have spoken anything wrong, do excuse me. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, Yugal Kishore Prabhu. And now I would like to request Mother Malti to kindly come forward. Radhe Shyam Prabhu, are you here? So I'd like to request Radhe Shyam Prabhu to please come forward. Meanwhile, Jayadev Prabhu, please be ready.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Today is the auspicious disappearance day of Srila Prabhupada. And when Acharya appears or disappears, on both the days, we absorb ourselves in remembering about his various activities and his contributions to the world, his qualities, his instructions and teachings, and the legacy that he has left behind for us to follow. We need to learn how to honor him and how to follow him. and how to adore him. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, there is an example given that in the night sky, the glowworms become very famous. Because when sky is very dark, the glowworms show off. Similarly, Prabhupada writes that in Kali Yuga, many glowworm-like materialistic organizations which claim to be offering something spiritual, something cool, they abound in big number. Yes, it is true that the glowworms also give light, but they give very little light. And then there are also stars in the sky, but they can't give much light. But when the cloud moves aside, the moon comes out, like Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Then that light, moon actually gives the light, real light. So Lord Chaitanya's movement, Prabhupada writes in the Krishna book, it is like the moon. Even in Kali Yuga, the blessing of the moon-like movement of Lord Chaitanya is available for the suffering souls. Although Kali Yuga is considered the most degraded age, we are offered the topmost gift, Unnata Ujjvala Rasam, which is the rarest gift even for those who are very elevated demigods or even rishis. When Lord Krishna once called Uddhava and said, because all Brajavasis are feeling separation from me, I want you to go to Vrindavan and speak this message to them and pacify them and come. So Krishna had a twin goal. One goal was to send Uddhava to pacify Brajavasis. Another goal was to make Uddhava learn Braja Bhakti and come. Because Uddhava was a student of Brihaspati and was a very, very great advanced devotee also. Great scholar also. But these two are not the only goals. He had one more goal. When Uddhava returned back, Krishna told him, wherever devotees invited me, I have gone there. But there is one group of sages who have invited me in Badrikashram. I could not go there. But I am going to go back home back to Godhead now. So Uddhava, I want you to go and give them the Vraja Bhakti. Because they are perfect in all respects, except this Raga Bhakti, which they don't have. So you should go and give it. So that Vraja Bhakti, which is considered to be rarest jewel, which Uddhava was taught by the gopis, and which Uddhava delivered to the Badrikashrama sages on the order of Krishna, that is being awarded to all the Kali Yuga souls. Is it not very rare? And that is made possible through Srila Prabhupada books for us. One time, when I was studying in Govardhan village for a couple of years, Srimad Bhagavatam, one day Gauranga Prabhu came. Whenever Gauranga Prabhu would come, that would be one of the most thrilling classes always. For 2-3 hours, we will forget our watch. So that time, as soon as he came, first thing he did a demo for all of us. He told one devotee, bring all the Sanskrit commentaries of all the acharyas. It's almost like dozen volumes, all big volume, like elephantine size. Like that there are many volumes. Everything was arranged on the table. Then Gauranga Prabhu told the devotees, tell me one verse number. One devotee suggested 4th canto, some verse number. Gauranga Prabhu told one of the devotees to open up that verse and read the commentaries of acharyas. Like Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur commentary, Jiva Goswami's commentary, Brihatoshni, Lagutoshni, Bhavartha Dipika of Sridhara Swami, Chakravarti Thakur's Sarartha Darshini. So he went on reading, and devotees are almost dozing, about to fall asleep. Almost made them read for 15-20 minutes. When everybody was damn tired hearing that, he told them to close it and told, now you bring one set of Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam set. So they came and brought it. Open the same verse and read the translation and purport, he said. When they read that. So, of course, one more thing I forgot to tell you. After the Sanskrit commentary, he asked all of us, how many of you understood anything of what was read? So 2-3 fellows were raising hand. Prabhuji understood something they were saying. And they were trying to speculate what it was. But after Prabhupada's commentary was read, everybody raised hand and said, we understood it. He said, this is Prabhupada's contribution. So he said, Prabhupada had cracked the code for Shuddha Bhakti Yoga by opening the doors to pure devotional service, commentaries of acharyas, by translating them into English language. And not giving the entire commentaries because we won't be able to swallow it in our lifetime. It's very deep, very profound, and Prabhupada only picked vital aspects of the Acharya's commentaries, whatever we are able to digest, like Cerelac babies. We are like Cerelac babies in Kali Yuga. So for Cerelac babies, whatever will fit, that much only put in his purports. And then once you read those purports, Prabhupada also says, in some of the purports, read Bhavartha Deepika of Sridhar Swami, read Sarartha Dashni of, Chakravarti Thakur. Like that he gives clues also. He is such an acharya, he gives even direction to reach a holy place also. If you read the Chaitanya Charitamrita, this is this many miles you have to go right, you have to take left, you have to, all that he gives. And he gives instruction for ISKCON devotees also, in between the purports. In the Gajendra Moksha, he says, we are giving sannyas to so many people and some of them are falling down, so they should situate themselves in a very good way, either in the bank of the river or in the water. And then the Gajendra should continue fighting. So you will find there are purports of Prabhupada replete with instructions, even for the current devotees and for all time. And we also find directions where he tells us to go to Acharya's commentaries now, after reading all his purports. And he also find warnings on how not to become contaminated by karma, jnana, yoga tendencies and get the bhakti sukriti properly. He gives us warnings. And he makes the knowledge relevant and relatable, approachable for us, even though Kali Yuga has so many distractions. So it's not an ordinary thing, what he has given. That's why I was telling you, the moonlight is giving light. That's actually the real light. It's not the glowworms. There are many different people, organizations. Every organization is trying to do some good to the people. It may be a smaller good. Somebody may teach you to respect parents. Somebody may teach you to be a good human being. Somebody may teach you, to do some selfless work. But what Srila Prabhupada gave us is the ultimate good of every living entity. Savaipam swam paro dharmo yato bhakti radokshaje. He has awarded us with that, which includes everything else also. His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, he came to Bombay in 1986. From that time, I met him first time in 1991. I'm seeing how gradually he developed the community. From womb to tomb, he has made arrangements for physical, emotional, mental, intellectual, spiritual, all-round welfare for all people from womb to tomb, isn't it? So he grasped the purports of Srila Prabhupada and he has made all-round welfare in such a manner that over a period of time when we look back, we feel that everything that is necessary for going back to Godhead and everything that is necessary for us to be with each other and not hurt one another and live peacefully, he has made arrangements. So here is one personality, is only Radhanath Maharaj. In the same manner, when I look at each of the personalities that Prabhupada has produced, one disciple, see, every one of them is like a moon. That's why there is a book called as Many Moons. You must have read the book Many Moons. Now you may wonder, if you are talking about many moons, then what is Srila Prabhupada? Srila Prabhupada is like the sun which supplies light to the moon. So there is a chapter in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd canto. Narada boy is asking his father Brahma. He is asking, Yad Rupam, Yad Adhishthanam, Yad Samstam, Param Yat, many things he is asking. Where did this universe come from, my dear father? He is asking, and who created it? Where are the ingredients from? Many questions he is asking. And then he is telling his father, Brahma, I don't see anyone around other than you. Kara amalaka yad vishwam vijnana vasitam tava. Just like if you hold a watermelon in your hand, you can't hide it. Similarly, Narada is telling his father, I am only seeing you with 4 heads sitting in front of this world and creating everything. So I presume that you are God. Like that he says. And Brahma simultaneously becomes angry and happy also. Any of you felt that any time? Either you become angry or you become happy. But Brahma felt both. Why? He became angry that his son misunderstood him to be God. On the other hand, he became happy that his son gave him an opportunity to glorify Lord Vasudeva. Tasmai namo bhagavate vasudevaya dhimahi yanmaya durjaya ma madanti jagadgurum. He told the boy, Narada, that you are thinking I am the source of all these things. I am not, he said honestly. And then he said, Ye nasarochisha vishwam rochitam rochayamyaham yatarko gni yata somo yatarksha grahatarakaha. He's saying, rochitam rochayamyaham. My master Lord Vasudeva gave me the seed and I am only a gardener who sowed the seed and watered the seed and I have made all these wonderful things. And in the same manner, he gives one more example, like the sun is the greatest luminary which gives light to the moon, to stars, to everybody else, all the light emitting objects. So he recognizes the Lord's role in his life as being one of the gurus of the parampara. In the same manner, for all of us ISKCON devotees, Srila Prabhupada's role is very, very vital. Just as in Gaudiya Math, Bhakti Saraswati Thakur's role is very vital because he's the founder-acharya of the Gaudiya Mathas, 64 Mathas. Similarly, Prabhupada is the founder-acharya for our movement and he plays a very unique role, very important role which should not be sidelined or neglected or ignored. And his mood, mission and his teachings and instructions given in his purports are very, very vital for us. And that shouldn't be forgotten. One last point I would make and conclude my talk. Why I am emphasizing on this, I will tell you. Stanford University conducted a research many, many years ago on several children. They took 1,000 children and they kept a marshmallow in the table in front of the child and said, if you wait for 20 minutes, you will get a second marshmallow. But if you eat it, you will get only one. So more than 2/3 of the children who were staring at the marshmallow ended up eating it. They couldn't resist. So, and then there are others who are resistors. Those who could say no to it for 20 minutes. And those children were given the second one. So they listed them as grabbers and resistors. So the grabbers, what was the reason they failed is that they were always staring at the marshmallow. And they ended up eating. And the resistors, what they were doing, they were singing some song, they were doing some writing, they went for a stroll, they went for a walk and came back in 20 minutes. And then the Stanford University concluded that when you tell teenage kids, stop, when you say, that's very difficult. Because there are pushings and pullings in the conditioned soul's minds due to many, many lifetimes of accumulation of impurities. It is not possible to say no. When you say stop, they may resist for a while. Like the 3 monkeys, don't see bad, don't hear bad, no, don't speak bad. Maybe for a while, but we can't resist for a very long time. But when you give them an alternative, then their alternative activities keeps them engaged, that they will forget this wrong engagement. So that is why in this world, for conditioned souls, the sense objects are extremely attractive. They are glittering. Like we say, all that glitters is not gold. Maya's glamour is for fools. So Maya's glamour is glittering, but it's not good for us. Like once my father brought this naphthalene balls in a packet. When I saw it for the first time, I grabbed the 4 in each hand and I was running. My mom caught me from behind. She said, hey, you can't eat it. She said, I said, why not? It's glowing so beautifully, it's smelling so nice. Why can't I eat it? She said, this is for cockroaches, she said. I said, such a good sweet is for cockroaches? She said, this is poison. Then I got shocked. I gave it all to her. Then she told me to wash my hand with soap. Because the sense objects are very attractive when we are conditioned souls. How do we lift our vision from a downward vision to upward vision? That's only possible when we have the positive, engaging alternative of pure Bhakti Yoga activities. We are here in the holy dham of Govardhan His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj has been conducting such yatra since 1986, almost every year. That is one thing I deeply cherish in my spiritual master for his faithfulness in faithfully speaking the pastimes, conducting this type of activity. He started in a very small way. We have heard from Dwarkadish Prabhu, Vishaka Priya Mataji, and Sridhama Prabhu, Kishore Mataji, and all about how the early day yatra was. He just began with a few people. But one good thing is he is convinced about this, that hearing and chanting is the ultimate goal of life, which Prabhupada has given. And bringing so many devotees together, one thing is to make us all sit and hear the katha. Another thing is to make us all dance. Another thing is to go to all the holy places and hear from various senior devotees. Then engaging so many devotees in the kitchen, making first-class prasad and distributing to all the devotees, like this. And giving an opportunity for all of you sitting here to meet each other and meet your old friends from different places and share and learn from each other. So you can see how this one yatra serves multiple purposes in one shot. So the genius of Maharaj in capturing what Srila Prabhupada has given, not only during the yatra, even at other times, offering innumerable spiritually fulfilling engagements. This is the most important thing. Because without every one of us sitting here, if you don't have a spiritual engagement, it's 100% guaranteed that mind will stoop down to sense gratification. All the more so in the age of social media, in the age of innumerable distractions. So Srila Prabhupada, when he went to the US in the early days, you will see him, first he himself was cooking and serving, then he taught them the Harinam Sankirtan in the park, and many of them brought their musical instruments. And they started chanting, dancing, playing instruments, and they loved it. Later on, every devotee he gave an engagement. Yadurani Mataji, you do the painting. And Prabhupada said, Shamsundarpu, you are a carpenter, you make the altar. And Jayanand Prabhu, Prabhupada told him to make the Rath carts. Prabhupada told Sarabhi Prabhu to be architect and design the architecture for the Vrindavan and Juhu temple and all, isn't it? His Holiness Tamakshya Maharaj, Vishnu Swami, he sent them in Greyhound buses all across America to distribute books. Haigrave Prabhu, become an editor and His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami Maharaj, editor and do the editing and everything. Similarly, somebody had inclination for Sanskrit. Prabhupada made them become Sanskrit scholars and then do good work. He did not leave anybody. Anybody who came, Prabhupada was an expert engager, not only a philosopher. Philosophy is given through Bhaktivedanta purports, which forms the seed of pure devotion service for us to practice. But he has given us engagement because Anukulyena Krishna Anushilanam Bhaktiruttama. Anushilanam means Kaya, Vacha, Manasa, we need spiritual engagements, body, mind, words. So thanks, our million thanks to Srila Prabhupada because of creating this beautiful ISKCON movement which engages all of us 24/7. I am sure every one of you are overflowing with services beyond your nose, and it is always good to have enough services. When we don't have enough service, Maya is waiting right next to us to engage us immediately. So I was recently telling one boy that I won't mind taking 1,000,000 lifetimes to come back again and again and go for youth preaching. That boy was shocked. Prabhuji, what about going back to Godhead? He said, if you are engaged in Krishna's service, you are in back to Godhead. You don't have to go back. So today, although Prabhupada has physically disappeared from our vision, we all feel the presence of Prabhupada at every moment in our life by all these wonderful contributions he has given. So let us remember, cherish, and understand his mood and mission in distributing his books, in celebrating festivals, in connecting all the suffering souls to his movement, which is like a very big ship, which is taking everyone across the vast ocean of Kali Yuga back home, back to Godhead. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, Radhesham Prabhu. And I'd like to request Jaidev Prabhu, kindly come forward and make your offering.
Hare Krishna. Namamam Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tinamine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarini. Hare Krishna. This day, 48 years back, Srila Prabhupada disappeared from this mortal world. But the beauty of the spiritual world is he is still present with us in his Vani form. His Vani, which we can realize, which can feel through his scriptures, books that he wrote, especially the Bhaktivedanta purports, his lectures, his morning conversations with his disciples, and the letters that he wrote to his disciples. And the faith that he has in this Vani, the scriptures, how the scriptures are very, very important, he showed us by his own example. When he went to America, he didn't have much luggage, but he carried one Bengali copy of Chaitanya Charitamrita, written by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, and 200 sets of his first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. And he felt that Krishna is with him through these books, scriptures. That much faith he had in these scriptures. And by writing the scriptures, translating the scriptures in English, he made these great scriptures available to us, accessible to us so easily. Earlier, all these scriptures were in Sanskrit or in Bengali. And we are grateful to Srila Prabhupada for giving us this opportunity and make these scriptures easily accessible to us. So his presence is felt through his Vani. The second presence that we feel is in the morning programs that we give us. The morning programs consist of deity worship, chanting, Guru Puja, and Srimad Bhagavatam class. Here again we repeat the purpose of Srila Prabhupada, and wonderful speakers give their realizations to sadhakas like me, where we can learn and progress in our spiritual life. The third aspect of his presence that we feel is through his temples. He built beautiful temples in America and 3-4 temples in India during his lifetime. But the legacy of building temples is going on. And new temples are coming up. And the vibrations, the conducive, favorable atmosphere in the temples, it gives us a presence of Srila Prabhupada in these temples. And the least and the last, but the most important presence of Srila Prabhupada that we feel is through his disciples who are our spiritual masters. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us our spiritual masters who are dedicated, determined, and follow instructions and guide us in our spiritual life. Without the presence of guidance of spiritual masters, we doubt whether we could have progressed substantially in our spiritual life. Prabhupada, in his own purport, in Bhagavad Gita, Vyavasayatmika Buddhi, tells us that the instructions of the spiritual master should be a life and soul of a dedicated disciple. That much weightage Srila Prabhupada has given to this aspect. And he proved it by his own example. He struggled for nearly 40 years to fulfill the two instructions that he received from his spiritual master, Bhakti Siddhanta Sudhir Thakur. And by his own example, Srila Prabhupada is telling us how we should try to follow the instructions of our spiritual masters. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us these valuable gifts and a legacy which we should treasure, value, and pass it to our future generations. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Jaidev Prabhu. Now I would like to invite Malti Mataji to kindly come forward. उनको बैठने तो पहले बाद में सटा देना होगा.
Hare Krishna, good afternoon. Om Agyantamirandasya Janana Sakalaya Chaktu Sumilitam Jaina Tasme Sri Gurave Namaha. Srila Prabhupada's pranams, everybody please. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paskacha Desatarane. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhu vayevyacha patitanam pavanevyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. I offer my sincere obeisances and gratitude to His Holiness Radhanath Swami, who has been unlimitedly kind to me, especially at a time when I was more fallen than I am now. Thank you. What is so extraordinary to me, being here on the sacred occasion of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance. The actual date of the disappearance by the calendar year is November 14th, 1977. But because there's a different system here, we are observing today. But to see such a massive amount of sincere, wonderful devotees. I want the one with the cap. I'll drop that thing and spill it. A massive amount of very sincere devotees expressing their hearts to Srila Prabhupada. And you have devotees of all levels coming I spill things very easily. That's why I want a bottle with a lid on it and not a cup. So when the Hare Krishna movement started, it's been mentioned probably more than one time how Srila Prabhupada came over on that ship, the Jaladuta, with these 2 containers with 200 volumes of the Bhagavatam. And these were the only books in the Hare Krishna movement that had not even manifest yet. It seems very idyllic. This elderly man with no money, unknown, gets on a ship, a cruise ship, not a cruise ship, but a cargo ship. He crosses 7 oceans and seas. He suffers heart attacks, and somehow he survives. He lands in America, complete unknown. And then suddenly, that was 1965, September 17th. And when I say suddenly, by January of 67, there's already 2 temples, New York, San Francisco. Those 2 temples could fit several times, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times within this pandal. But there were eager, willing young American, as Prabhupada would say, boys and girls. He didn't say Prabhus and Matajis, he said boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. And we were following him willingly and eagerly to the best extent of our capacity. Nobody was extraordinarily learned, and yet he was expecting us to begin preaching. So for an example, he came to San Francisco in 1967, January 17th, and a couple days later, there was an initiation ceremony of which I was part of. There was 4 of us. And after that initiation, he told us, now you go out and preach. And I raised my hand. How are we going to do this? We were still looking at a piece of paper with the mantra on it to get it in correct order. And he answered very simply, you just listen to what I'm telling you, and you repeat what I've taught you. Don't add or subtract. And now I'm hearing these devotees step up on the stage. Radhe Shyam, it's like an incredible dimension of Krishna consciousness has manifested itself throughout the years of Prabhupada's immediate presence and his departure. So I can imagine somebody listening to Radha Shyam, and Radha Shyam said, now you go out and preach. And how could you even say what he said? It's extraordinary. How much he's absorbed, and how he's able to communicate. And how is that possible? Because of his spiritual master, Radhanath Maharaj, who has, in the same way, connected Radhe Shyam and all of you to his divine grace, Srila Prabhupada. The first Vyasa Puja went by unnoticed. We didn't even know that word. We didn't even know the word Vyasa sign. Shamsundar just made a little platform, and some hippie went out in the street and found a pillow off a discarded sofa. That was the Vyasa sign, only we called it a Dias. But still, we tried to repeat what we were hearing. The Srimad Bhagavatam was first canto in 3 parts. was the only book we had. Not everybody had that book because there was a limited editions. But still, we tried to do faithfully as Prabhupada said, listen to what he said and repeat what he said without adding or subtracting. One time, July of 67, he gave an extraordinarily important instruction. Sometimes instructions are situational, and sometimes they're foundational. It means forever. Just like he asked us, I want you boys and girls to push on this movement. That's a foundational instruction for all time. Everybody here, whether he told you personally or not, has received that instruction by becoming a member of the Hare Krishna Society. This is a preaching and teaching movement. So to your capacity, you must do it. But there was a situation where he was going to return to India to recover his health. Not only did he have heart attacks on the boat, but coming over, but here in America on a holiday known as Memorial Day, so that just was at the end of May, and everybody just gets out of the cities and they go somewhere to relax and enjoy for a day or two. Prabhupada and his little band of devotees was in New York City. They weren't going anywhere. And then he had a stroke. And the devotees tried calling doctors, but the doctors had all gone out for the holiday. So it was with great reluctance he was brought to a hospital to receive some kind of treatment. And his estimation of the treatment was they were simply poking needles and taking blood, and they didn't know anything, and he needed to get out of that hospital. And Gargamuni, one of those early disciples, heard him, I have to get out of here. The doctors are saying, you can't go, you'll die, old man. But our Gargamuni understood, and he put on a doctor's coat that he found hanging on the wall. He got a gurney with wheels, and he went to Prabhupada's room, put him on there, and he marched him out. It's called AMA, Against Medical Advice. And so they tried to find a place where he could recover peacefully. And they found a place on the New Jersey shore, a little cottage, and the thought process on the side of the ocean. It was on the side of the ocean. There will be nice breezes. He can recover peacefully. But the reality turned out there was horrible winds and rain and cold, even though it was supposed to be springtime. So that was not working out. And then we brought him to San Francisco. And we found him a nice cottage on the shore, but not directly on the ocean, on an inlet. It was called Stinson Beach. And during that time, devotees were taking care of him. He had a regular caretaking crew there. And during that time, the first Ratha Yatra occurred. There was no king of Puri telling us we couldn't have our Ratha Yatras. We were having our Ratha Yatra at the order of Srila Prabhupada, our Acharya, our king. And Srila Prabhupada was so unwell, he could not attend. So we brought, the day after the Ratha Yatra, we brought the deities to Srila Prabhupada. And they stayed a few days, I think 5 days, in his presence in Stinson Beach. But he still wasn't getting better. So we're all back in San Francisco. Jagannath Swami Subhadra Baladev is back in San Francisco, and we get a message that Srila Prabhupada is going to come, that he had something very important to tell us. And when he came, he told us that I've decided that I will return to India to recover. I'll go to my home. And his home was Sri Vrindavan Dham. Just like in his passport, in one of his later passports, that you have to tell your father's name. And he gave the name of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati. I was his father. So we were a little alarmed because when Srila Prabhupada Swamiji, as we called him then, was present, we always felt very secure. And people could ask us questions and we didn't know the answers. That's okay. We could call Swamiji, we could write Swamiji, we could go up to his room if he happened to be right there. And he would answer the questions. So we felt very protected spiritually and in all dimensions. And now he's telling us that he would leave to maybe get better. So there was some concern because he said, it was like talking to the first grade school, the toddlers even. I want you boys and girls to push on this movement. And how are we going to do that? We were pushing it on when he was present. He was behind us. We have a saying in the West, I've got your back. Well, Srila Prabhupada definitely had our back. And therefore we could do what he said. But now we were extremely worried. How would we do this if he wasn't here? And to make it more interesting, he said, I'm an old man now. I may die at any moment. We knew that mantra, birth, death, disease, and old age. It was the second mantra to the Hare Krishna mantra. But we didn't really pay a lot of attention to it. And Srila Prabhupada was definitely not, in our eyes, an old man. Old men were like our grandparents. They were just sitting around on a chair on the porch or lying in a bed somewhere. And Srila Prabhupada was so vibrant, so active. He was so full of life, spiritual life, that he was sharing with everybody at all times and asking us to join him. So how could we do that if he wasn't present? And so he was asked, could we invite one of your godbrothers to assist us in your absence? We knew he had tried to engage his godbrothers and others. We knew that. We'd seen some of the letters that he had written. You come and preach. These people are suffering for want of Krishna consciousness. They don't know about Radha and Krishna. Come and help. You don't have to worry about everything. I'll take care of everything. You just simply preach. And not one person came. And to make it even more interesting, now that there was a little success, there was envy manifesting. So then he could understand what we could not. So when he was asked, could we ask one of the godbrothers to come, one who never came, he was very silent, a very deep silence. And when he spoke, it was very grave, the gravitas, very grave. If anyone was to come and change even one word of what I have taught you, the whole thing would be spoiled. And then he told us, everything I have to teach you is in these books. And the only books we had were that first volume in 3 parts of the Bhagavatam. Everything I have to teach you is in there. So we humbly accepted that we had to push on this movement ourselves or with anybody who would join without envy. But it's an important lesson because there's so many books out there by so many authors, even by his own disciples, and he wanted his disciples to write. It was also an instruction. but he wanted us to remain in contact, in connection to his instructions, because he's our acharya, he's our teacher. There's so many teachers, and it's okay. But for us, as his followers, our primary focus, attachment, our primary instructions, our only instructions are coming from him, His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada. So we should be very careful on this point. So I just wanted to mention that because I think about this a lot, almost every day, but especially on the day of his divine disappearance, when he took his leave from us in his physical form, and he left us with his instructions to carry on this movement. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mother Malti. I would like to request His Grace Gaurang Prabhu to kindly come forward.
फैन है फैन कौन से फैन स्टैंडिंग फैन ना नहीं आपके तो यूट्यूब फैंस और इंस्टा फैंस है उनकी जरूरत नहीं मुझे एक हवा छोड़ने वाला आवाज कम करने वाला औजार होता है क्या है अभी वो नीचे कहाँ वो ये मेरे पास कूलर ये जो है ना कोच ये सब का बासी है जो आर्टिफिशियल लेदर है उसके ऊपर मक्खियाँ बैठ रही हैं ये जो कपड़ा है उसके ऊपर नहीं बैठ रही है तो हमने थोड़ा स्प्रे मारा है लेकिन देखने दूसरा चीज था अभी ये लास्ट में
हरे कृष्णा जय श्रील प्रभुपाद की In the Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, when Bhishma Dev is lying on the bed of arrows and the Pandavas along with Lord Krishna enter the arena, there is a beautiful verse which says, Tan sametan mahabhagan upalabhya vasuttama pujayan asadharmagyo Deshakala Vibhagavit. Bhishma Dev is glorified as a person who understands the nuances of making decisions and responding as per time, place, and circumstance. He was on the bed of arrows, he could not move. The protocols for welcome could not be followed in that constrained situation. Within those constraints, the only thing he could offer was words of appreciation and glorification. The only limb available for him to offer respect was his tongue. So Srila Prabhupada mentions in that purport that great souls who are empowered to act as per time, place and circumstance are the real dharmagya, one who understand how to apply the principles of religion. His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, is a sterling example of such a dharmagya who implemented the principles of religion as per time, place and circumstance in such a successful manner that between the ages of 70 to 81, he traveled across the world 14 times and established 108 temples and wrote more than 80 books. And today those numbers have grown to 1,300 temples in 120 countries and more than 550 million pieces of literatures printed in more than 80 languages. So Srila Prabhupada demonstrates 5 very interesting principles of leadership. First is, as a leader, Srila Prabhupada demonstrated humility. There was an event happening in Germany, and Srila Prabhupada was speaking on Varnashrama. And he said, Brahmanas are first class, Kshatriyas are second class, Vaishyas are third class, Shudras are fourth class. Somebody in the audience became very agitated. They got up, that person got up and then started blaspheming Srila Prabhupada, and he said, you think you are first class sitting on the stage and giving us this lecture, and we are all fourth class sitting here listening to you? So it was a very offensive response from that person. Some of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, who were quite well built and tall, they were ready to respond in their own way and intervene and defend Srila Prabhupada and take action for this kind of unwarranted offense. But within moments, when they saw Srila Prabhupada's response, they were all stunned. Srila Prabhupada folded his hands, closed his eyes, and with tears flowing from his eyes, Srila Prabhupada said, I am fifth class, servant of all the other classes. And the whole incident happened so spontaneously, so suddenly. There was no time to actually prepare and act this out unless one really feels that humility. And this gentleman was this person who offended was so bewildered that he just sat in the seat, totally stunned by this response. Srila Prabhupada's humility is coupled with the second quality of leadership which he demonstrated, which is enthusiasm. Sometimes you may have humility but not enthusiasm. Someone may be very enthusiastic but not sufficiently humble. But to have a combination of both humility and enthusiasm is something which is extraordinary. And Srila Prabhupada's enthusiasm was such that in spite of challenging situations when he was in India in the 50s and the early 60s, he was completely convinced that he must continue preparing to follow the order of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada in the Radha Damodar temple was sitting and writing the translations in the English language for the first canto. One Brajavasi friend of Srila Prabhupada entered Prabhupada's room in Radha Damodar temple, and Srila Prabhupada was totally absorbed writing the translations and purports. He did not even notice this Brajavasi friend's presence. Then after some time when he looked up, he saw this friend of his. And the Brajavasi friend told Srila Prabhupada that at that time Srila Prabhupada had still not taken sannyas. So Abhay Babu, you are writing with a pen, and I see that the brand of the pen you are using is Parker pen. And Parker is a very famous pen brand, as all of you know. And it's the peak of summer. In Vrindavan it is so hot, but you are so absorbed writing these literatures with your Parker pen. And Srila Prabhupada immediately, without batting an eyelid, said, I am writing this so that whoever reads these words of the acharyas in the English language, Bhautik Jagat Par Kar Jayenge. they will cross over the ocean of material existence. So at that time, he was sitting alone. There was no audience. There was no one who was even following up with what he is doing. But he had the enthusiasm, means using one's intelligence for spreading the mission and fulfilling the orders of the Guru Parampara. The third quality Srila Prabhupada demonstrated was he appreciated every devotee's contribution, no matter what that contribution may be. As all of us are aware of the super excellent contribution made by the artists of ISKCON, and globally, this artwork published in the BBT and other places of ISKCON devotees is legendary, world famous, appreciated. But when they began their seva, they did not have that level of talent. They had the talent, but it did not come out the way we see it today. They were still learning. So one of the initial days, Srila Prabhupada gave one lady artist a picture of Radha and Krishna to just copy. And Radharani had her hands towards Krishna offering garland. Now this lady was very young, not so experienced. It was the first time she was trying to do something on Srila Prabhupada's instruction. So while making the painting, she made a small mistake, that instead of Radharani's hands towards Krishna, the hands she painted was away from Krishna, on the other side. And she brought it, she did not even notice that she has done it the other way, brought it to Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada saw that, and his first comment was, "Oh, Radharani has another boyfriend or what?" So then she noticed, and she saw the original. Then she realized, oh, she made a mistake. So she became so embarrassed, she started profusely apologizing. And then Prabhupada said, no, actually, you know why Radharani has her hand away from Krishna on the other side? Radharani loved your artwork so much, she has invited you on the other side to give you the garland. So it was a very small, sweet gesture, but it meant a very huge amount of appreciation for that fledgling young artist devotee, because sometimes the difference between gaining confidence and losing confidence may be a few words spoken rightly or wrongly at the right time or the wrong time. So Srila Prabhupada has innumerable such pastimes where he has actually spoken in a way to appreciate and encourage the latent talent within the devotee. Then, apart from humility, apart from actually, recognizing and appreciating devotees' talent, and also Srila Prabhupada had the fourth quality, which is he recognized excellence. So he appreciated all. He was humble, enthusiastic, appreciated all, but he recognized excellence. And he specifically made sure that when devotees took responsibility, he tried to empower them more. So there was this one devotee, and Srila Prabhupada in a gathering said, this was early 1966-68 period. Srila Prabhupada said we should have a world sankirtan party. And this devotee took that very seriously. He went and got a very old bus. That bus was so dilapidated, it did not even have any windows. Like the glass was not there in the windows, there was no paint, there was no glass in front also of the driver. And there was only one seat for the driver and no other seat. So when Srila Prabhupada entered into the bus, Srila Prabhupada said, "Where will I sit?" So the devotee ran and got a chair. And Prabhupada said, "When the bus moves, the chair will move." So Brahmanand Prabhu sat down and held the chair and said, "It will not move now." And Prabhupada sat there, and this devotee who brought the bus switched on the ignition, and smoke started coming out of the dashboard. And Prabhupada immediately commented, "Looks like an Indian bus." And the devotee at that time had not been to India. He thought Prabhupada is giving compliment. And then after some time, Srila Prabhupada said, "Yes, your enthusiasm is very good, but we should try to do something which is much better." But then Prabhupada recognized that this devotee is willing to take responsibility. He is willing to go out of the way to try as per the means and as per the capacity, willing to stretch himself. So, in a few years, when Srila Prabhupada established the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, he was selecting the trustees and he told this devotee, "I want you also to be a trustee." And this devotee said, "But Srila Prabhupada, I am a college dropout. How can I be a trustee? You need people who are actually highly educated, who understand corporate governance and all of that to be trustees." Srila Prabhupada said, "No. The most important quality which I recognize is you are willing to follow my instructions and willing to take responsibility and willing to go beyond your comfort zone to actually execute my wish. That is a bigger qualification than any other educational qualification." And so Srila Prabhupada ultimately made him a trustee. So he would recognize excellence and empower devotees accordingly. And the fifth quality which Srila Prabhupada had in leadership, which made him so successful, is Srila Prabhupada gave devotees creative freedom. He would allow the devotees to take responsibility, sometimes make mistakes, but ultimately Srila Prabhupada would allow them to grow with that service. So he gave that creative freedom, which was very important for devotees to try different things with the knowledge that, yes, even if I make some mistakes, Srila Prabhupada would somehow try to encourage me to do more. So that empowered the devotees like anything. And therefore, for the first time in history of modern world history, so many deities of Radha and Krishna and Gaur-Nitai were installed outside the borders of Bharat. It had never been done before. And Srila Prabhupada actually recognized that these devotees would benefit by worshipping the deities. And although many of the devotees were very new, still Srila Prabhupada allowed them to actually dress the deities. And therefore, anywhere in India, you meet, India has more than 2 million temples. But you talk to any of the devotees or visitors who visit ISKCON temples, they will always comment that the way your Radha and Krishna and deities are dressed and worshipped in ISKCON temple is extraordinary and unprecedented, and we have never seen that before in any of the temples. And a lot of credit goes to how Srila Prabhupada gave creative freedom to many of the young Western disciples of his in the Western countries, who actually took the principles of deity worship and applied in a very extraordinarily creative manner, which all of us are still benefiting from. In fact, when Srila Prabhupada was in New Zealand, in one temple in New Zealand, there was a very small altar. But the devotees were so enthusiastic that Srila Prabhupada is coming in some time, and, apart from Gaur Nitai, maybe if he sees Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra, he'll be more pleased. But the space was not there, so they created a revolving altar where they press a button and the altar would move. So they installed Gaur Nitai in front, which was already there, and they just kept deities of Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra back to back. So when Prabhupada came, he took darshan of Gaur Nitai. When he got up, he saw Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra. And Srila Prabhupada immediately commented, "These are deities, not rolling stone." And Srila Prabhupada said, yes, it's good to be creative, but still, we must always be creative within the boundaries of what the Guru Parampara has expected us to follow. So Srila Prabhupada, although he gave creative freedom, did not just leave it at that, but made sure that whatever is done is as per Guru, Sadhu and Shastra. On Srila Prabhupada's Divine Disappearance Day here at Govardhan, Dham, Vrindavan, I really beg at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada and the devotees that with the kind of leadership qualities Srila Prabhupada demonstrated through his humility, enthusiasm, giving appreciation to all, recognizing excellence and giving creative freedom to the devotees, he spread Krishna consciousness in societies which were totally not introduced to Sanatan Dharma culture, not introduced to Vedic principles. 5,000 plus Western devotees got connected to Srila Prabhupada. But in 2025, as I sit here as part of ISKCON's global leadership, I really pray that Srila Prabhupada empowers devotees all over the world to bring back that enthusiasm, bring back that potency by which ISKCON is able to attract more and more local people in different countries. We have lots of Indian diaspora and Indian population now connected to ISKCON, which is wonderful. But we also need to recognize that Srila Prabhupada's pranam mantra is Paschatya Desha Tarine. And one of the responsibilities is to ensure that this Krishna consciousness is distributed beyond just the Indian community, but to all the communities across the world in all the continents. That is the need of the hour today, which will really restore ISKCON's global presence, international flavor, and something which practically everyone across the world, including all the prominent leaders in India, either in the government or in the corporates or in the bureaucracy, really appreciate about ISKCON is your founder-acharya has given a blueprint so that the legacy of your institution can continue beyond just one individual. And because of this collective leadership, we feel ISKCON has a very safe future. And the second thing which they really appreciate is that in ISKCON, you are not just restricted to one particular Indian community, not one particular caste within India, but you are open to everyone across the world, and no other institution we see such global participation of devotees from more than 120 countries as in ISKCON. So that needs to grow. And I'll conclude with one story that I was invited for one Sadhu Sammelan, an assembly of saints in Mumbai, where more than 500 saintly personalities who were leaders of temples from the Konkan region of Maharashtra, from villages, had been invited. And I was invited as a chief guest, but I saw that all the attendees were more than 65, 70-year-old elderly persons. It was a program organized by RSS. So, I was curious and I asked, why is it that I have been called as a chief guest to address this assembly, because they're all elder to me. And the response of the leadership who organized the event was very interesting. They said, you are seeing 500 leaders from different temples from across Konkan region, only one region of Maharashtra. Most of us think that temples in the cities are same as temples in the villages. But he said, no. In practically all of the temples run by these 500 plus saints who are sitting, entry to the temple is restricted based on particular caste. Today, in 2024, this event happened in 2024, in a WhatsApp age, in a social media digital age, with a globally connected world, we are sitting in a reality where this kind of discrimination in rural places especially is still very, very prominent and real. And he said, we invited you to be the chief guest because you are representing the ISKCON institution established by your founder, Srila Prabhupada, who was the first person who went all over the world and irrespective of caste, creed, religion, background, invited people globally to participate in Sanatan Dharma and initiated them in Brahman initiation so that they can actually worship the deities. This is the example we want the future of Hindus to follow. So it was a very interesting revelation, because sometimes when you are within an institution for a long period of time, you may lose context on how different members of the society are viewing us from outside. What are some of the aspects which ISKCON naturally has, which sometimes we may not appreciate, but which many other leaders are seeing, observing and appreciating. And therefore, today, on Srila Prabhupada's Disappearance Day here in Govardhan, I offer my prayers that ISKCON is able to improve and increase and expand its global outreach more and more as per the desires of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, to His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada at Ulta Danga Junction, that please spread the message of Lord Chaitanya all over the world in the English language. Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Gaurang Prabhu. I would now like to request Her Grace Jai Shri Mataji to kindly come forward.
चालू है उसका बहुत चालू है हवा का जो ड्रॉट है ना वो ऊपर करना चाहिए ऊपर ऊपर सर के ऊपर त्याने ना डोक्यावरती माशा बसतात रिमोट शिवाय होणार नाही
Greetings, everyone. I'm so fortunate to be here with such a large group of sincere devotees. It's extraordinary. And as Malati also said, we offer our respectful obeisances, love, and service to His Holiness Radhanath Swami, who has encouraged so many of us, disciples of Srila Prabhupada, to strengthen us in our service after the departure of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada mentioned that if one is unable to follow the instruction of the spiritual master when he leaves, it's important to find somebody that they can be encouraged by or surrender to or take help from. And for many of us, Srila Radhanath Swami has been a saving grace. I wanted to say Srila Prabhupada's pranams, but I wanted to say them in English. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter of his lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O spiritual master, servant of Saraswati, Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev and delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. I know in India, impersonalism is something that you've heard about and live with, but in the West, we didn't even realize that there was a lot of impersonalism. And when Srila Prabhupada came, one of the things that was so adamant and present in Srila Prabhupada was that God is a person. In the teachings of the West, mainly Christian, there's a lot of talk about God, but if you ask anyone who God is, nobody can really tell you. Although the Bible talks about man being created in the image and likeness of God, which shows that God has a form. Srila Prabhupada was able to come to the West knowing that they were not at all knowledgeable about the teachings of the Vedas. His prayer in Boston Harbor about, my dear Lord Krishna, why have you brought me here to this place? He knew that the Americans were not qualified by their habits. He knew they were not knowledgeable about the teachings of the details about the soul and about God. So he was able to give a depth of knowledge about God that nobody else was able to do. Right? To tell you that God was a person and explain in detail how Krishna is working, how the spiritual world is working, how the details of the soul in the body are there. It's something that you know in India. When I do tours at the palace, for the Indian people that come, I give a certain tour because they already know about reincarnation. They already know about the soul and that God's a person generally, unless they're impersonalists, of course. But the Westerners, they don't really have this depth of knowledge. And Prabhupada was able to come to a country that was so foreign and uplift the people of the West. And we just came from the Russian Yatra, and it's amazing. Prabhupada was the founder of our Hare Krishna movement. He did something nobody else could do. He was the founder-acharya. He was the commander-in-chief of the Vaishnavas. So, a very special place. He was able to start from nothing and build a house with which the whole world could live. So many diverse cultures, so many diverse philosophies in this world. But he was somehow able to put it all under the umbrella of Lord Chaitanya. It's a very rare situation. Srila Prabhupada was very rare. We don't want to forget his teachings. We don't want to minimize him as just being another guru within ISKCON. He has a very special place. And we see by the seeds that he planted in the hearts of many unqualified people and what they've been able to do. There's yatras all over the world. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of personalities that have come under that umbrella of Srila Prabhupada. And the people that are doing the most are the ones that are following the strictest about what Srila Prabhupada wanted. what he gave. He said, don't change what I've given. You can embellish it, but don't change it. So we see the success of our ISKCON movement is that following Srila Prabhupada's teachings, what he's given us and the way he's given it. If someone is too strict, like Gauranga was talking about the temples that only let certain kinds of people in, right? Lord Chaitanya was giving a philosophy for everyone, for the animals even, right? So if you start limiting because of nationality or sex or place in the world where somebody's born or their habits, then you close the doors and you make it so only a few people can come in. That was not Lord Chaitanya's movement. And Prabhupada had the ability to open those doors all over the world so that everybody felt welcome in Krishna's house. It's a very rare vision, and that's our vision, right? We don't want to become sectarian in our preaching mission. We have the good fortune to have service to the great devotees, right? We have a whole disciplic succession. We have a whole history of great Vaishnavas. Some of them lived in rural places like the Goswamis. They wrote, but they wrote so extensively, and their teachings have gone down through hundreds of years and enlivening people. And if we're able to do even the most insignificant thing, right? Some of us are not going to be great leaders, just accept it. We're not going to be the personalities that are distributing thousands of books. Maybe we're going to be the person that repairs the deities' clothes or makes the deities' garlands. It's not what we're doing. It's to do the service in one of the categories, the hearing, the chanting, remembering, worshiping, serving, right? It doesn't matter if we're an insignificant woman. It doesn't matter if we're from America, the country where everyone does unusual things or eats unusual things, right? But of course, I know that's spreading to India also, unfortunately, right? We want to appreciate all the devotees and their service. Lord Chaitanya only gave a few verses, right? And it's all about the humility, the love, the respect for all living entities. His teachings are so simple, and Prabhupada was so able to follow those teachings. And that's our mission. We do the best we can. It's our consciousness, Krishna consciousness. And whatever we learn, like Malati said, we go forward and we try and push on. I remember when we first started in Hawaii, I'm from Hawaii, the Hawaii Yatra, the first Hawaii Yatra, all we heard was a few things that Prabhupada had written, right? We didn't have books. And one of them, Gaurasindar Prabhu, was reading from Prabhupada's own personal copy of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So we had that before everyone else did. And one of the things was to meet everyone at his door and tell them everything you know about Krishna. So me, being like a 20-year-old young girl, would go out and gather flowers from people's houses. And whoever I met, I would tell them everything I knew about Krishna, which was like very little, right? But it kept me going. It encouraged other people who came forward and got involved. We don't know how much impact it's going to have on someone's spiritual life. So we want to always do the best we can with the best consciousness and serve the mission of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada's Disappearance Day for me is not the happiest festival of the year because it reminds me of Prabhupada's departure, which, I mean, we can say, and it's true, Prabhupada's presence is very manifest now. But there's nothing like Prabhupada's personal association. There was something very special. And like we hear when Narottam Das Thakur went traveling, he would find the devotees devastated when Lord Chaitanya and those great souls had left. That is part of our love and our service, right? The highest service of separation. So for the disciples, the disappearance day is not always the best, but it's wonderful to talk about Srila Prabhupada. Thank you all for having me at your wonderful yatra. Thank you, Maharaj, for your kind benevolence. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Lord Chaitanya, all glories to the assembled devotees.
Thank you, Jai Shri Mataji. I would now like to request Mandagiri Mataji, could you kindly come on the stage and make your offering?
Omadganatimilandasya Gyanam Shanam Sarakaya Shaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutali Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanshakarpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Hare Krishna. Dear Radhanath Swami, dear Maharaj, dear devotees, I want to express all my gratitude to be here in that amazing, wonderful assembly to celebrate one of the most sacred days, Srila Prabhupada Disappearance Day. And of course, as our wonderful speakers spoke, it's both a celebration of joy and lamentation. And we talked about the song of Narottam Das Thakur, Ye Anilo Premadana, that we are going to sing together tonight. Narottam Das Thakur was setting the mood of lamentation at the disappearance day of such unique devotees. He was actually crying, where is my Sanatan? Where is my Rupa, my Raghunath, my Gopal Bhatta? Where are they all gone now? And he said, where is such a unique personality as Lord Gauranga, the great dancer? And his conclusion was, I will just go and smash my head against the walls. I will enter fire. And so that lamentation is very, very strong. And yes, it's separation. Separation is, of course, the highest feeling. We know that in separation there is meeting, and in meeting there is separation, as we are going to experience in a few days. So Srila Prabhupada was this kind of unique personality. Maybe some of you have read a wonderful article by His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. It was called Paramahansa Thakur. Everything started when Tamal Krishna Maharaj was going to have an operation in India. And he didn't want to go back to America. He decided to have this operation in India. Srila Prabhupada was a little worried. So he went, and he was put into, he was given anesthesia. And he had a dream. Then when he woke up, when he became conscious again, Srila Prabhupada was sitting near his bed because Srila Prabhupada was worried and caring. Then Tamal Krishna Maharaj asked him, I had a dream, can I tell you my dream? Prabhupada said yes. Then he told his dream, I won't be able, it's too long to narrate the whole thing. But in the dream, Lord Chaitanya was sitting with all his associates. There was Parampara, there was the Panchatattva, all our great poets. Everybody was sitting by the side of Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya was lamenting. He was saying, after the departure of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, it seems that the Harinam Sankirtan movement has actually been forgotten. And he was lamenting like that. And his associate told him, but dear Lord, don't lament. In Vrindavan, in the Radha Damodar temple, the humble servant of Saraswati, Goswami, is actually preparing to cross the ocean, to go to the land of the Mlechas and the Yavana. And very soon, Krishna consciousness will inundate the whole world. So Lord Gauranga became very, very ecstatic. And he asked all the Acharya, every associate, to bless Abhay Charanavinda, our Srila Prabhupada, to bless him with a unique quality. And it's such amazing. Each Acharya gave his own unique quality to empower Srila Prabhupada. For example, we cannot tell about everyone, but Raghunath Das Goswami gave his quality of renunciation, the boon of renunciation. And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gave Srila Prabhupada the ability to talk about the conjugal affairs of Sri Radha and Krishna. And that boon meant that when people in the age of Kali will hear Srila Prabhupada narration, they will actually become free from lust. He gave that boon, and everyone gave very powerful boon. And at the end, Lord Chaitanya said, but this is almost impossible for a human being to behold all these boons. So, Lord Nityananda, your Lord Balaram, you are very powerful, very strong. Give Bhaktivedanta Swami the power to actually integrate all this boon and to be empowered to fulfill his mission. So Lord Nityananda said, so be it. And all the devotees went, Haribol, Haribol. And Prabhupada was actually empowered with the unique qualities of all our acharya to fulfill that impossible mission his Gurudev gave him. So it's normal to feel actually that intense separation. But how to mitigate this separation? Because this separation can be overwhelming, and then we will not be useful to spread the movement. So then there is a very simple way to very humbly follow his instruction. One day, one disciple asked Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, how can I repay you? Prabhupada very clearly said, it's impossible. But then he says, you can please me. So he said, you can kindly accept what I've given you, and then you share it with the world. So today, in this wonderful, wonderful yatra, I don't want to embarrass Maharaj, but we can see that on the sacred day, the offering of Radhanath Swami is actually all of you, all of us. That's Maharaj offering to Srila Prabhupada. Haribol. And as he told during Yatra, and we can see it's actually happening, it's to create a Vaishnava family where everybody is the servant of the servant, where everybody wants to help each other to actually become glorified in his service. And it's happening, it's the best offering we can do to Srila Prabhupada, a united Vaishnava family. Because Srila Prabhupada told the disciples one time, long time ago, he said, actually, none of you have all my qualities. But he says, if you combine together, you have all my qualities, and then miracle can happen. So that was really his wish. So let me look at my notes. Yeah, Prabhupada is really our eternal well-wisher. He's our eternal father, our eternal friend. He said, you may leave me, I will never leave you. So how not to have lamentation on his departure? About lamentation, I remember reading the book of Bhakti Charu, His Holiness Bhakti Charu Maharaj. He was in the room when Srila Prabhupada left the body, and he couldn't accept, it was too hard. The Kaviraj said, Prabhupada has left. And Bhakti Charu Maharaj says, no, it's not possible. Try again. But Prabhupada had left. Then Bhakti Charu Maharaj went to do the final funeral rites. He went into the pit. And then the salt was poured on Srila Prabhupada's body. And Bhakti Charu Maharaj felt, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with Srila Prabhupada. And Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj had to pull him out of the pit. Such is a lamentation. Life appeared to be useless. Oh, yeah. So Srila Prabhupada told us before going back to America, it was actually described by one of my dear god sisters, by Malati Prabhu. He had a stroke and he felt he had to go to America, but devotees were lamenting that we are not going to see you again. So Srila Prabhupada said to them, and we can see that in Yadubara and Vishaka Prabhu's last movie, he said, actually, I'm an old man. I've been given notice, but you will be chanting Hare Krishna here. I will be chanting Hare Krishna there. And the sound vibration is going to circulate all over the universe. We will never be separated. So in service, we feel we are not separated from Srila Prabhupada. One disciple asked Srila Prabhupada, are we going to recognize you in the spiritual world? And Srila Prabhupada said yes. And of course, we won't have the same body. And he said, more than that, you will recognize each other. And this is very, very ecstatic. At the time, some of the devotees were fighting, quarreling. And Prabhupada told, you better get over all of your conflict. And he showed the disciple, he said, because in the spiritual world, it's going to be the same Brahmananda, the same Garga Muni. So you better get along now. So, Srila Prabhupada told one disciple, you have one quality that I don't have. So the disciple says, no, I don't believe you, Srila Prabhupada. It's not possible. And after arguing like that, and it's so all of you, Prabhupada said, yes, you have the future. So Prabhupada is still with us in this instruction, in his book, even personally. He's watching our spiritual progress, he's watching our failures, and he's always encouraging. But he's there through all the young generation and the generations to come. You are Prabhupada's future. So he's present in that way. And I think it was yesterday, Maharaj spoke about the Leela of when Krishna and the Gopas wanted to collect tax from the gopis. And then about the books of Rupa Goswami and Raghunath Das Goswami, how they were actually, Krishna was actually evaluating the qualities of Srimati Radharani, of the gopis, to determine the amount of the tax. So we could do like that with Srila Prabhupada. Not that we would ask tax, but he has unlimited qualities. So I wanted to share, just Gauranga Prabhu describes so many wonderful leadership qualities. And I would like to speak a little bit about maybe one or two of his qualities. Yeah. One quality of Srila Prabhupada, it's one of my favorite stories. I'm sure you know it already. It's a story to show Prabhupada's sense of humor and also his very sharp replies to challenging questions. It's the story of the Joe Pine radio show. You know that story of a Joe Pine radio show in America? Anybody knows? No, not yet. So Prabhupada was invited in America to go to a radio show. But the man who was actually animating the radio show was absolutely terrible. He was inviting great personalities, politicians, actors, philosophers, and he was just actually smashing them to a pulp. It was actually the specialty of this show, to break everybody down. So all the devotees, they begged Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, don't go to this show, please, please. And they explained to him. So Prabhupada raised his eyebrows, and he looked, and he says, I'm going to this show. and he went. So Joe Pine started very, very enthusiastically. It is said in the story, in the narration of the story, that he had the impudence of a former US Marine, and he had a very sharp journalistic mind. So he started very strongly. He says, how come somebody coming from India, from another religion, how do you think you are going to teach us anything? He said, especially from a country of India, where the mortality rate is much higher. So Prabhupada took his time. He answered very, very carefully, pronouncing each word. And he said, the mortality rate is the same everywhere, 100%. And Joe Pine was really taken by surprise. Usually from the first answer, he knocks, he wins like a boxer in the ring, in the ring, you know. But then he was very, very, very surprised. So then he thought, he asked Prabhupada, but you know, in your books, you said that the Earth planet is flat. And of course, we have read the Srimad Bhagavatam. We have read all the complexity of the cosmic manifestation. Prabhupada could have talked about space, about time, about the whole cosmic manifestation. But he just said, wherever I walk, it is flat. And again, Joe Pine didn't know what to answer, what to say. And the silence was taking a long time. So he had a lady assistant. So she thought, I'm coming to rescue my boss. So she thought of a very clever question. She asked Prabhupada, why do you shave your head bald? And Prabhupada immediately, without hesitating, said, why do you shave your legs? and then he said, it's much better to shave your head than your legs. You should keep your feet and your legs warm. And he said, and if you don't wear miniskirts, then the heads of men will keep cool. So she was completely, she was silent. She couldn't say anything more. So Joe Pine came back for the last time. He was trying to save the show, and he said, but what will happen if everybody becomes Krishnite like you? And Prabhupada gave the final blow. And he said, it will always be foolish people like you. will never want to hear about Krishna. This time, Joe Pine and the assistant, they couldn't say anything. And Prabhupada could start to talk about the philosophy of Krishna consciousness to the American audience of the Joe Pine radio show. Prabhupada Kijai. And there is, I was very impressed. In Russia, we have a lot of wonderful, wonderful preachers, very knowledgeable, very powerful. And when I met one of them many years ago, he told me, Mandakini, I have a big regret in my life. I've never met Srila Prabhupada. And I felt the answer came from my heart, and it's actually the answer for everyone who didn't meet Srila Prabhupada. What came from my heart was, but do not worry, Prabhu, Srila Prabhupada is seeing you. Srila Prabhupada is seeing you through your service, through your devotion to your Gurudev. And And to conclude, we can say that Prabhupada was the best magician. One time, one man, I think it was in India, a man came, Prabhupada was sitting under his desk, and the man came and showed his hand. He said, "Can you tell me the future?" And Prabhupada says, "We don't do these things." The man insisted. So Srila Prabhupada is a real actor. And he said, "All right." He took the hand and he said to the disciple, "Bring me a lamp." So he looked and he made a face, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's so terrible, I'm so sorry." And the man became white. What do you see? What do you see? And he said, "I see old age, disease, and death." And one day, one very nice gentleman from India, very devoted, a real magician, came in Srila Prabhupada's room, and he wanted to make a show. The children were there, so he used Prabhupada to make the show. For example, making a coin coming out of Prabhupada's ear. And devotees were a little bit worried. Will Prabhupada agree with that? But Srila Prabhupada was laughing. And then Prabhupada said, "You're a very good magician." And the man says, "But Prabhupada, you're the best magician because you free us from birth, old age, and disease." And actually, just to share very quickly, Srila Prabhupada said he's the best magician because he made Krishna consciousness accessible to us in the land of the Mlechas and the Yavana. We were not, at that time, we were not Sanskrit scholars, we were not very well versed in the Upanishad, in all the scriptures, but he made it accessible for even simple souls. And I just read recently a very small book, very impressive. It's called Simple for the Simple. It's Prabhupada said Krishna consciousness is simple for the simple and difficult for the complicated. So that book is about a god sister. She was from Scotland. Her name was Ratnaranjini. And she was simple. She had been an accountant in her life before. She became an accountant for Krishna, although she said I was the treasurer, but there was nothing to treasure. There was not much money. And then she got diagnosed with a terminal cancer of the brain, a brain tumor. So she really wanted to become Krishna conscious. And her husband helped her very much. So more and more, when she understood that there was no hope of getting better, in a very simple way, she became absorbed in the chanting non-stop, in hearing Krishna consciousness, Krishna Katha, pastimes of Krishna, and to eat only Mahaprasadam, to drink only holy water. She became more and more absorbed. And as the end was coming near, her husband's name was at that time Balabhadra Prabhu. He asked her, do you have any knowledge about the spiritual world? And she was a very sober person. She wouldn't make things up. And she says, yes. And he said, do you see yourself in the spiritual world? And she said, yes. What's your name in the spiritual world? So she said, Rati. He said, Rati Manjari? And she said, no, just Rati. And what are you doing there? She said, I'm helping to prepare Krishna's lunch bags. And the husband says, really? You are preparing Krishna's lunch bags? And she said, no, just helping, preparing the bags for Kana. Although in Krishna consciousness, we don't say Kana so much. But she was so absorbed. And she said she was helping Mother Yashoda. Then Balabhadra Prabhu, her husband, told her, do you have any husband? And she laughed. She said, no, I'm too young. I'm 7, 8 years old. Then she was between the two worlds. So then she realized, she laughed and she said, yes, I have a husband, Balabhadra. She was switching between the worlds. And when the time came, the day before she passed away, she told the devotee, Palindri, who was actually taking care of her, you don't need to take care of this body anymore. This body is finished. And she was asked more about that. And she said she had been noticed that the day after this day, she will leave the body. So she left in very, although the pain was very intense, she left in a very, very happy mood of remembering Krishna. And it was a very simple book, but it impressed me so much that everyone in the Krishna consciousness movement can become Krishna conscious. Even if we are not big scholars, it's for everyone, even the ladies in the kitchen. So it's actually Prabhupada's miracle. When he was asked again, can you make miracle? He showed all the disciples, the followers, he says, this is my miracle. So thank you very, very much to everybody. And thank you, Maharaj, to have made this miracle. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Mandakini Mataji. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request His Holiness Bhakti Purushottam Swami Maharaj to kindly come forward and make his offering.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So, okay. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamineti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunnavadi Paschata Desatarine. So I know now it is almost 1 o'clock. So I will speak accordingly. So don't be worried, okay? No worry. So I just want to make 2-3 points. In Sanskrit it is stated, Brikha phale parichayate. The tree is recognized through its fruits. Now for last few hours, we are hearing from the lotus mouth of all these great personalities how from their mouth the nectars are flowing. So eloquent presentation. So through that we understand, so that is the glory of Srila Prabhupada. And our great leaders, trained by Prabhupada, and our great followers also. Prabhupada, he gave birth to nice fruits, like his disciples. And now those fruits been planted and given nice fruits also. So throughout the world is seeing the influence of all these great fruits. So, Prabhupada's disciples, they have seen Prabhupada. With their eyes, they have experienced Srila Prabhupada. And we, most of us, we have not seen Prabhupada. But we are hearing about Prabhupada from his disciples. We are seeing Prabhupada's greatness through Prabhupada's disciples. But after they leave, how can we see Prabhupada? We can see Prabhupada through his books, through his teachings. Because more we will read Prabhupada's books, we will explore him more and more. Through his books, we will realize him more and more. Prabhupada came to this material world. This was not accidentally, he just happened to come here. It is pre-planned by Krishna and also predicted long before that such a personality will come down. 5,000 years ago, when Krishna preparing to depart to go back to Golok Vrindavan, all holy rivers personification, they came to Lord Krishna and said, you are leaving the planet, Kali Yuga will start. Kali Yuga people commit so much sinful activities and take bath in your water, we cannot tolerate. We all want to go back with you. The Krishna said, no, you stay behind. You wait for 5,000 years. That time will come when devotees will come to India from all over the world, and with them they will chant holy name, Haribol, and take bath in your water, and with them you will stay for another 5,000 years. So who was that person that Lord Krishna meant for? Who was that person? Who was that person? Srila Prabhupada ki. Also, when Narad Muni met Bhakti Devi mentioned to Narad Muni, that I will leave Vrindavan and go to foreign countries, Videsham Gammyate Maya. So Srila Prabhupada, he is the one who carried Bhakti Devi. Though he had 2 heart attacks, how can that heart will be attacked? The heart which is carrying Bhakti Devi. Before Prabhupada go to Western countries, many great personalities have gone. But we have not seen the effect so much as Prabhupada has shown to the whole world. So that was predicted. So Prabhupada will carry Bhakti Devi. 500 years ago, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu predicted, Prithiviti Asyota Nagaradigram Sarvatra Pracharita Haiva Moro Nam. That also meant to Srila Prabhupada, as he predicted, my Senapati Bhakta will come. I preached all over India, my Senapati Bhakta will come and spread all over the world. And no one can deny, willingly, unwillingly, hesitantly or lovingly, everybody have to accept that Srila Prabhupada is that personality. I remember when we were celebrating Prabhupada's centennial, many newspapers, many festivals, they were publishing, many institutions, Gaudiya Math and even if non-Vaishnavas, they were celebrating Mahaprabhu's 500th anniversary, not Prabhupada's centennial. Mahaprabhu's 500th anniversary. But every article I see at the end, they are mentioning the Mahaprabhu's prediction, Prithiviti Achada Nagaradigram Sarvatra Pacharita Habimarnam. So after that, they are forced to mention Srila Prabhupada's name because Prabhupada is the only one person who has done, who has translated into reality. There is no other persons. They are forced, including Gaudiya Math, Ramakrishna Mission, everyone they have to mention the A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada has done. And 250 years ago, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur came. He predicted that one day will come when the devotees from Russia and Persia means France, they will come and embrace the Indian devotees. They will chant together, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. So how that was possible? Definitely because of Prabhupada, that was possible. And also 150 or 200 years ago, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur came. And he, in Mayapur, introduced Navadip Parikrama. And he purchased the land, expecting devotees will come from all over the world. And he also predicted that how this Navadip Parikrama will grow, the devotees from whole world will come and do Parikrama. And now, practically we see how from whole world devotees are coming and attending this Navadip Parikrama. So like this, Prabhupada's appearance was not accidental, it was very well planned, very well predicted that Srila Prabhupada will come. Actually, Prabhupada came, what unique thing he has done? What he has done now, he has done one thing wrong to attract people. What is the wrong he has done? He did not proclaim that he is God. Prabhupada has less followers in India because he did not claim he is God. If he would claim he is God, many thousands Indians would go behind. But that is trend in India. Anybody say God, they like him very much. So much so, the Christians, they say always, Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Now, understanding Indians' mentalities, they are saying Jesus Christ is the God. But Indians, they accept that very much. But Prabhupada never did that. He did not put him in the center. He said, I am servant of God. As a result, what happened? The whole world, hardly people, they know Srila Prabhupada. But Prabhupada made the whole world to know about Lord Krishna. If you go America, London, we walk on the airport, on the street, and the people, they see us, they say, oh, Hare Krishna is going, Hare Krishna is going. So Prabhupada made such a trick that he brought Hare Krishna holy name to everyone's mouth. And he's the real Acharya. He's center of everything. He's in the center of everything. Though he did not put himself in the center of everything, but he is the center of everything, not only founder-acharya, he is the center of everything. But interestingly, as I was telling, that he did not announce his name so much as we see now all other institutions in India is after the founder of that institution, Ramakrishna Mission or whatever it is. But Prabhupada did not go in that line. He did not put himself in front. He put Krishna in front. Not as people in India, they do, that steal Krishna's teachings and everything. Then they put Krishna in the back, put themselves in front. So in this way, as a result, we see now at present, in India, there are many institutions. But people have a lot of respect for ISKCON because of Prabhupada's ideology. They have respect for ISKCON devotees. Though we are also going through some problems, but still people, they don't count that much. So that is very important. What Prabhupada taught us is very important. So last thing I would like to say, that so many of us, we are going to Western countries to preach. So many other societies people going, so many Gaudiya Math people going, so many great things that teaching there. But nobody will be equal to Srila Prabhupada. My analysis is, they may speak much more things than what Prabhupada spoke, many rasa, mellows, this, that. But what Prabhupada has done to Western people, no other personalities even will get a chance to do that. What was that? When Prabhupada went, the Western people, they did not know anything. How to eat by hand, how to take a bath, how to sit, how to clean themselves. Nothing they knew. More than Prabhupada taught them Krishna consciousness is all these basic things that people may go now to Western countries, teach them big philosophy, but they don't have to teach what Prabhupada has taught them to make a normal human being. What to speak of making them get Krishna conscious. So that Prabhupada will remain as acharyas. Even if many other big preachers, now they go around the world, establish big institutions, but Prabhupada will remain acharya for all future years and for everybody. I have heard that what Prabhupada has gone through, volumes of books can be written, can be spoken, what hard time he has gone through to establish his movement. I have heard early days, there's so much scarcity of accommodation, financial help. Devotees would work in a restaurant and bring money to give to Prabhupada to maintain his society. Devotees would stay in one room, brahmacharani putting saris as a wall like that. Devotees would go to bathroom standing in big line, one bathroom, many devotees. And Prabhupada would go stand in line. And that much courtesy, maybe devotees, they did not have that much. Swamiji, you please go ahead. And Prabhupada would stand in line. He has tolerated that. I have heard once Mukunda Maharaj was driving Srila Prabhupada. So Prabhupada, he bite one apple and gave to Mukunda Maharaj. And Mukunda Maharaj bite apple and gave back to Prabhupada to eat. So my point is, that is the what Prabhupada has gone through. No other preachers will go through. I just spoke that. When Prabhupada's disciple corrected me, that he heard from Mukunda Maharaj, it is not apple, it was a date. Prabhupada bite a date. And Mukunda Maharaj was telling that I bite the date. But what to do? I thought this Indian custom, system, that you eat something, you have to bite and give to others. So I thought like that. So I also bite and I give to Srila Prabhupada. I just heard that. So I am to tell you what Prabhupada has gone through. I told one Prabhupada disciple that what Prabhupada in early days, he has gone through so much difficulties. Then he told Maharaj, don't think Prabhupada went through difficulties in early days. When ISKCON was fully established, everything was booming. Still Prabhupada went through difficulties also. No? So throughout his life, he went through difficulties. And he mentioned one sentence to me, what difficulty he was going through. I will not tell in front of all of you. But my point I'm making, that what Prabhupada has sacrificed, what he has sacrificed, his determination, his sacrifice, and conviction, which I find nowadays in Christian communities spreading in our tribal area. They're so convinced Jesus is the only Savior, fully convinced, so determined, so much sacrifice they have done. American, European people coming to India, preaching to our forest dweller people. And Prabhupada sacrifice, when all pious religious people, 70 years old, they go to Vrindavan to do the Hari Bhajan. Prabhupada left that life and went to America to preach. So what a great sacrifice. So what we have to learn from Prabhupada? That his great sacrifice and conviction that Krishna consciousness is only Savior, and his determination. These three things we learn from Srila Prabhupada. Then the Krishna consciousness will flourish all over the world. We are very, very thankful to Srila Prabhupada that what he has given to save our life and to save the lives of millions of living entities, persons on this earth planet. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Bhakti Purushottam Maharaj. And now for the for the final offering, I would like to request His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj to please make his offering.
Namah Om Vishnupataya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirbishesha Shunyavadi Pastatyadeshatarine Vanshakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanibhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktabinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. "48 years ago, on this day, in this holy land of Sri Vrindavan Dham, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada performed his concluding pastimes on the physical plane in this world. Srila Prabhupada had departed from Vrindavan just 12 years before. And now in 1977, he had temples all over the world. Thousands upon thousands of devotees, millions of books. And on this day, his bed at the Krishna Balaram temple was surrounded by loving disciples who had given their hearts and their lives to serving him, chanting the holy names. For weeks and weeks prior to this, Srila Prabhupada's physical health had deteriorated to such a degree he could not stand, he could not sit, he practically could not eat. He laid in his bed, sometimes devotees would beg him to eat something, and just to satisfy, he would take 1 teaspoon. But still, he had his loving associates reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam Sanskrit, putting a dictaphone right up against his mouth. And although he could practically not speak, he whispered into that dictaphone the translations and purports of Srimad Bhagavatam. He gave his every drop of life energy to giving the world Krishna consciousness. Up until the last breath. I believe that every single disciple of Srila Prabhupada they remember more than any other time in their life the time, the place, the emotions of that moment when we heard that Srila Prabhupada had left us. Srila Prabhupada had entrusted all of his devotees with his mission to serve his Guru Maharaj, to push on the Krishna consciousness movement. But how? The senior-most devotees at the time were just initiated 8 or 10 years before. Probably 90% of Srila Prabhupada's disciples worldwide had just been initiated within the last 4 or 5 years. And everything was being done to please him. What was the motivating force for everyone? Srila Prabhupada is coming. The book distributors just wanted to hear about that smile on Prabhupada's face when the results of book distribution came. At the farms, devotees dedicated their lives, their everything to have wonderful, so that when Prabhupada came, he will be pleased with how happy the cows were. And every temple and every devotee the only reality of Krishna consciousness we had is we can offer the results of our actions to Srila Prabhupada. And he will hear it, he will read it, he will see it. But now he's gone. Probably 99% of the assembled devotees today are far senior than the senior-most of Prabhupada's disciples at that time. How are we going to cooperate with each other? How are we going to continue? It was our spiritual lives experiencing a massive, devastating earthquake beyond our control. We couldn't bring them back. How did our movement carry on? Because the devotees, through hearing about Srila Prabhupada, through witnessing him, we learned what it means to serve our gurus in separation. In one Disappearance Day lecture that Srila Prabhupada gave in San Francisco in 1968, Srila Prabhupada describes his first meeting with Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, 1922. That's 103 years ago. And receiving that instruction to take Lord Chaitanya's message in the English language all over the world. That was at Ultadanga Junction Road in Calcutta, the very first Gaudiya Math. Srila Prabhupada describes he was a grihastha at the time. And he had to work to support his family. In 1935, he was living in Mumbai. And there was a parikrama led by his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, here at Vrindavan. And it was here at Govardhan, at Sri Radha Kund, that he was walking with his Guru Maharaj. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was revealing his heart in a very confidential way to our Srila Prabhupada. How he was in transcendental distress because devotees within the movement were fighting, were dividing over positions, over facilities. And it was here at Govardhan Radha Kund exactly 90 years ago in Kartik that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada looked to our Srila Prabhupada and said, if you ever get money, print and distribute books. That instruction he received here at Govardhan went so deep into his heart. The next year, in December of 1936, Srila Prabhupada spoke that he was living in Bombay, doing his business. And he said, around December 9th, I wrote a letter to my Guru Maharaj. That so many of your disciples are sannyasis and they're brahmacharis. And they're doing so much to carry on your movement. I'm doing business, I have a family. How could I best serve? Srila Prabhupada remembered he received a letter in return, dated December 13th, 1936, where Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he said, "My dear Abhay Charanaravinda, just try to push on our movement in the English language. And this will do good for you, and it will do good for everyone who helps you." I was just thinking this morning, in Lord Chaitanya's pastimes, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Antya Leela, one day he was walking down the seashore and he saw a sand dune. And he thought it was Govardhan Hill. And in the ecstasy of Radha Bhav, the ecstasy of Radha's supreme love, he went running to Govardhan Hill. And he was in such a state of ecstasy that he actually felt completely unconscious and entered into such a deep internal state of entering into the pastimes of Govardhan Hill. And it describes the ecstatic symptoms. His body was completely transformed. And the devotees gathered around him and were chanting louder and louder and louder to try to bring him back to life. And Lord Chaitanya came to consciousness. He said, "Why have you brought me here? I was at Govardhan Hill, and I was assisting the gopis in serving Radha and Krishna." Since that time, it is recognized that that hill in Puri is Govardhan Hill. And Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada built his bhajan kutir in Gaudiya Math on the top of that hill. And Srila Prabhupada told us that was where Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur wrote that last letter to Srila Prabhupada from Govardhan Hill. The instruction to distribute books was at Govardhan Hill at Radha Kund. The final instruction to take Lord Chaitanya's teachings to the whole world in the English language was given from the Govardhan Hill of Jagannath Puri. And Srila Prabhupada said many times, because this was so meaningful to him, that the date that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada wrote that letter at the Chatak Parvat was exactly a fortnight before he left this world. On December 31st, 1936, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada disappeared from this physical world. Srila Prabhupada still had his family, still had his business, but he made the order of his Guru Maharaj's life and soul. He wasn't just despondent by his Guru's disappearance, although we could never, our conditioned minds and hearts can never fathom the devastation of separation he was feeling. But he gave his life to serving the mission. He applied this principle of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's commentary from Bhagavad Gita, that one should make the order of one's guru one's life and soul. And Srila Prabhupada, he said in this particular lecture that my Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, he performed, in Prabhupada's words, severe penance to push on this movement worldwide. Srila Prabhupada so much appreciated the inconceivable sacrifice of compassion beyond all odds, beyond all historical possibilities. And Srila Prabhupada gave his life to carrying his Guru's desire to the whole world. Srila Prabhupada recognized my Guru performed severe penances. And we have heard from so many devotees today the severe penances that Srila Prabhupada endured to give us Krishna consciousness. He is our founder-acharya. He's not only teaching how to live, but through his words and example, how to serve, even in separation. Incredible. He goes to a foreign land, so many foreign lands, and people who had never heard the word Krishna before Srila Prabhupada came. The goal of life for everybody practically was to enjoy, and everything that people wanted to do to be successful were against the four regulative principles. And Srila Prabhupada's telling them to follow. The depth of how they felt Srila Prabhupada cared about them, the depth of how they saw how much he was blissfully sacrificing to give Krishna consciousness to others, inspired inconceivable surrender. I've heard so many times from people in India, from very spiritually connected people, that when Srila Prabhupada brought his Western disciples to India and saw what they were doing, it was practically unheard of, even in India, to see such surrender from people with no cultural background. Why? They were just around Prabhupada for a couple years. We are in the divine presence of Malati Devi Prabhu. Started temple with others in San Francisco, in London, came to India. And Srila Prabhupada in Mayapur Dham told his sannyasi godbrothers, this girl, she is willing to cut her throat to serve and please me. and I am willing to do the same for her. Mandakini Devi Prabhu. Srila Prabhupada asked her to go to a militant country where our religion was a federal crime. And there was only one new devotee there out of hundreds of millions of people. Iron Curtain. Srila Prabhupada asked her to go alone to push on this movement. And she did it. And not only inspired by Srila Prabhupada's compassion of dedication and surrender, they gave their lives to assist him. They sacrificed everything. And now, well over 50 years later, Malati Devi and Mandakini Devi are still surrendering in the same way. Why? How? Because in the very depths of the core of their heart is their gratitude to Srila Prabhupada for giving his life completely for us. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote on the Samadhi Mandir of Haridas Thakur in Jagannath Puri. He reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die when thou art living still and sound. Vaishnavas died to live and live to spread the holy name around. Srila Prabhupada often explained in his writings, in his lectures, in his letters, there is the Vapu and the Vani. And actually within the core of one's heart, if one surrenders to the Vani, one actually gets that Vapu in the heart. Very deep, intimate, personal association. Jaya Nilo Premadana, this beautiful song of Narottam Das Thakur. He's beating his head against the stone, crying out in separation, in love, in gratitude. And most of the people he's naming in the song, he never met. They were from the previous generation. He was initiated in Vrindavan by Lokanath Goswami. He was a Shiksha disciple of Jiva Goswami. But before he came, before that transformation where he came to Vrindavan, Sanatana Goswami had already disappeared. Rupa Goswami had disappeared. Swarup Damodar Goswami disappeared. Raghunath Bhatta Goswami. These are the people that he's crying out in separation for. They were previous acharyas. It's important for all of us that Narottam Das Thakur appreciated so deeply their compassion, their mercy, their love, their teachings. And similarly, for all of us, Srila Prabhupada's disciples, next generation, next generation, next generation, we can be feeling that same separation. In accordance to how we surrender, to how we really appreciate. Srila Prabhupada would often say, there has never been a moment when I did not feel the presence of my Guru Maharaj. And how he lived that. And how he inspired that. Yes. 48 years ago today here in Vrindavan, when those devotees from all over the world were weeping and crying and chanting as Srila Prabhupada was leaving the world. How Srila Prabhupada invested within all of our hearts, all over the world, the opportunity to live within his heart and invite him to live within our hearts. It was so beautiful what was said before. Srila Prabhupada said, even though you may leave me, I will never leave you. That is how Srila Prabhupada was so grateful to anyone who helped him in the largest or smallest ways to push on the movement of his Guru Maharaj. And that holds true for each and every one of us. And when we understand Srila Prabhupada is feeling this way, and I have seen how devotees could fall so deep, but somehow or other, Srila Prabhupada would drag them back, even years after his disappearance. For each of us, Srila Prabhupada, you've chanted the holy names of Krishna. You've desired to serve those who he loves, the devotees. Srila Prabhupada will never give up on any of us. And he is our founder-acharya for all of us. So that means we, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, should never give up on each other. This day of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance is the most wonderful celebration of his life, his teachings, his mercy, his limitless love for Krishna. And it's also a day where we meditate in the mood of Srila Narottam Das Thakur. that the most merciful, compassionate, loving person that has ever entered into our lives, the day that he left the world and entrusted us with that compassion, with that love, and with that great purpose. Perhaps more than any other day of the year, is it a day when we could really reflect to the core of our hearts, what is our priorities? What is really important? What is significant in my life? Otherwise, we become endlessly distracted by the superficial temptations and fears of Maya. I'm so happy devotees from Gita Nagari in Africa are here. His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami Maharaj, he also went behind Iron Curtain. And he was the most detectable person practically in any country he went to, because he was a different color physically. And yet, he was literally risking his life day after day to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books in the universities and the colleges and the libraries and the state houses, wherever. And when Srila Prabhupada received his reports, even when he was laying on his bed at the end of his pastimes in Vrindavan, he was so pleased, so happy, so grateful. At that time, he was only a devotee about 6 years, much less than most of us. He surrendered his life, he risked his life, and he was totally blissful and grateful to do it. Why? Because of the example of Srila Prabhupada, of how he carried on this great mission of his Guru Maharaj and Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Prabhupada received his very last physical instruction from his Guru Maharaj from Govardhan. And the year before, that instruction about distributing books here at Govardhan. And now we are so fortunate to be assembled at Govardhan. On this supremely auspicious day of Srila Prabhupada's disappearance here at Govardhan, let us follow in his footsteps by taking his instruction as our life and our soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. So now we will have the Pushpanjali ceremony for Srila Prabhupada. We will have request the pujaris to arrange the offerings immediately, as fast as you could. Today the devotees have prepared almost 1,500 items to be offered to Srila Prabhupada. So Pushpanjali will be offered by His Grace Radhesham Prabhu. Arti to Prabhupada will be offered by His Holiness Chandramauli Swami Maharaj. And Guru Arti will be sung by Sada Yogi Prabhu. So by the time the pujaris are preparing the offering stage here, we will have some light kirtan.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namini Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarini Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrind Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
We request the flower distribution volunteers to kindly go and distribute flowers. जो फूल बांटने वाले डिवोटीज हैं कृपया पुष्पांजलि के फूल का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चालू करें. और जैसे आपको पता होगा कि आपको कोई भी फूल आगे डालना नहीं है. पुष्पांजलि के 3 इसमें एक हाथ से डालकर दूसरे हाथ में रखना है और उसके बाद जब वॉलंटियर्स आएंगे तो एक टोकरी में उसको कलेक्ट करना है. Distribute the flowers, but no one should be throwing the flowers when Pushpanjali concludes. You keep it with yourself and devotees will come in baskets and then you can deposit them in the baskets.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare Krishna. All of you, devotees, please repeat after me. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya.
It's already done. Offering Gayatri.
Close now. Close. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Swami Nityanam. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Prabhupada Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Please all of you repeat the Pushpanjali mantras. Om Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Vanmelitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtham Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guroho Shri Yutapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Iti Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Dayitaya Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojvala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Deenatarine Rupanuga Viruddha Apasiddhanta Dvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambhara Sambodhe Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanugavarayate Gauravirbhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदान्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्विषे नमः। पंचतत्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधो दीनबंधो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमोस्तुते। जयतां सुरतौ पंगौ मम मंदमतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्व पदां भोजौ राधा मदन मोहनौ दिव्यात् बृन्दारण्यकल्पद्रुमादः श्रीमद् रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थौ श्रीमद् राधा श्रील गोविंद देवौ प्रेष्ठालिभिः सेव्यमानौ स्मरामि। श्रीमान् रासरसारम्भी वंशीवटतटस्थितः कर्षन् वेणुस्वनैर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथः श्रियेस्तु नः। तप्तकाञ्चन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देश तारिणे। एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि एष पुष्पांजलि। श्रील प्रभुपाद की नमः ओम। Can offer obeisances once. नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। देश पुष्पांजलि देश पुष्पांजलि देश पुष्पांजलि। श्रील प्रभुपाद की। नमः ओम विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे देश पुष्पांजलि देश पुष्पांजलि देश पुष्पांजलि श्रील प्रभुपाद की
प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय प्रभुपाद